Morning everyone, and welcome to our council meeting for the 8th of November to hear submissions on where should we send our green bin organics. Please join me in standing for the opening karakia. Thank you very much. We have the following apologies. An apology for absence due to conflict of interest from Councillor Goff, an apology for lateness from Councillor Peters, who is already here, and Councillor Templeton. And we have Councillor McDonald and Councillor Kewen on Zoom. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Mr. Scandrett, and Mr. Peters seconded. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? Carried. We have no declarations of interest. Before we hear from the submitters, we'll move on to item 5, summary of feedback on short-term options for our green bin organics, where I welcome staff to provide a presentation. To confirm, there will be no councillor questions of staff at this point. There will be time for this after we hear from the submitters. Thank you. Stuart. That's right.
Good morning.
Welcome, good morning.
So we're just going to run you through the summary of the consultation process and the feedback. So I'll hand over to Tessa for the first bit.
Yeah, kia ora, good morning. Just to let you know why we're all here today. So the organics processing plant in Bromley, as you know, processes a huge amount of all of our curbside organics, including some that we receive from Waimakariri District Council. We know, and we have known for some time, that odours are affecting the local residents. It's affecting their health and their quality of life. So we have committed to finding a new way to manage organics until the permanent solution is operational. So on the 21st of June 2023, Council resolved to engage the community, mana whenua, seeking views on 5 short-term curbside organic management options. So 30th of August until 1st of October is when people were able to provide feedback on the 5 options. We are today hearing deputations from submitters. It should hopefully only take today. And then in December, you will be making a decision on both the short and long-term solutions concurrently. So the 5 short-term options that went out in the consultation document, we looked at alternative processing, so sending it to an alternative processor, composting plants and worm farms. We looked at the option of sending everything to Cape Valley landfill until a permanent solution was found. Continuing at the organics processing plant, but implementing an additional odour screen, reducing the amount of material that goes to the processing plant in the first place, which would minimise the outdoor storage requirement, and then doing partial processing the material, so the first half or the first part of the process being done at the organics processing plant, all indoors, and then the second stage of processing being done somewhere else. So for the consultation, we really wanted to generate a citywide conversation and certainly to raise awareness at a citywide level. This is going to impact everybody, probably through their rates and the way that they can manage curbside organics potentially at a household level. We wanted to make sure that everyone felt that if they wanted to, they could provide feedback on this consultation. And we wanted to make sure that they understood the really complex information that supports each of those 5 options. So to do this, we ensured that information was as easy to understand as possible across multiple channels. The amount of information that was provided online was incredibly detailed for those who wanted the finer detail. And we wanted to make sure that residents felt they had every opportunity possible to provide that feedback. So our consultation audiences First and foremost, Bromley residents and businesses were our primary target. And then we widened it to all of Christchurch and Banks Peninsula residents. As I've said, everyone is affected. Mana Whenua had a separate process that we followed. We had some other key stakeholders, including organisations and community groups. We also included Waimakariri and Haranui councils, as they are affected by some of these options, as well as the North Island councils that may be impacted if we chose to send our organics their way. We also shared the draft consultation document early with the Bromley Community Liaison Group. This is a group that Council has been meeting with for some time. And we wanted to make sure that they were really comfortable with the information that was being presented to the wider public and give them an opportunity to provide feedback and make adjustments where practicable. We had some really amazing feedback, which actually led to us reworking the entire options table to make sure that we were comparing apples with apples so that people could intuitively understand the detailed information that was being presented. We made odour risk to the community our top point against all of the 5 options when we were comparing them. And the effects of odour section was moved higher in the consultation document to give it more prominence. And there were some references to Bromley that were removed as a result because we understood that there is a certain stigma that this conversation brings to our residents of the East, and we want to play that down as much as possible. And yeah. So the engagement approach. As I said, 4 weeks plus an extra weekend just to give people as much time as possible to provide feedback. It was very complex. There was a lot of information, and the booklet, whilst comprehensive, also guided people to go online where they could find out much more. We've got many, many web pages that go into the history of the organics processing plant, the history of our monitoring of the smell as well, and the 5 options themselves. The communications, engagement and marketing tactics were very all-encompassing. We had targeted emails to key stakeholders, digital, print, radio, outdoor advertising, newsline, social media, a display in the Linwood Library, posters in local businesses, and this was all driving people to the information available online or where they could find paper copies. We also had 2 webinars that were then put up on the website along with questions and answers that they were available for people to watch at any time. Overall, the campaign generated a very high awareness, so over 41,000 views of our webpage and more than 2,750 submissions, which is a good size consultation for council. So I won't go through it all there, but that's a summary of the tactics and the results, and what you'll see repeated across all of those tactics is that it had a really good reach, and we're very confident that it was very well clicked on, very well read, and shared.
So getting into the what did we hear, we consulted with Mana Whenua, and out of that there was really 3 key outcomes, and that was that whatever the option is that you go with needs to be effective in addressing the odour issues. They didn't support transporting the organic waste to the North Island and were keen to see an option with as little impact on rates for the community as possible. So that was their main points. We also received a submission from Te Mana Ora, so Community and Public Health, and in their view, option 2 was the only suitable short-term solution for odour reduction, but they also noted that that's not a suitable long-term solution. They identified some limitations with each of the options, including unplanned stockpiling of materials, some vulnerability to extreme weather events, risks around not adequately addressing the odour and the impacts of the odour, and the impacts of seasonal changes in volumes for composting. David will quickly run you through an officer response to that.
Kia ora koutou. So up on the board, it runs through our response to the technical report that was attached to Te Mana Ora's submission. In that technical report, they were addressing the relationship, which we've touched upon before, with peak demand processing at the organics processing plant in relation to tunnel time, the time that the material can spend in the tunnel to mature, and that relationship and the impact on the compost maturity that is produced. As I said, this is a relationship we've been aware of and discussed previously, and have the data to support that relationship that is discussed by Te Mana Ora in their submission. Also acknowledging during that peak season, when the tunnel time decreases, the compost maturity does decrease, but the operator manages that as best as possible. I think instead of going for every point on the page here, a key area to acknowledge as well is also the age of the facility. This facility was been operating since 2009, so 14 years, almost 15 years of this asset. And this relationship we've discussed previously is partly due to the age of the facility, which supports council staff's work at the moment to find a long-term solution to replace this facility. Thank you.
Okay, getting into the rest of the feedback from the community. So who did we hear from? We heard from submitters right across the city. As you can see on the map on the left there is a good sprinkling across the main metro area. And then on the right, you can see that there was a big hotspot, unsurprisingly, in Bromley. The other one where we received quite a few submissions from was Cashmere. So you can see another dark spot up on the hill there. In terms of who we heard from a total of 2,764 submitters. 96% of those were people from Christchurch. That equates to around 1% of the total population. 76 submitters were from Bromley. That's around 3% of the Bromley population, and around 2% were from outside of Christchurch, mostly from the Selwyn and Waimakariri districts. And 99% of the submissions that we received on this were from individuals. In the table on the left there, you can see the split by ward, and generally it reflects what you saw in the map. There was a good range across the city of submitters, and there were some wards where we received a higher number of submitters. So Cashmere, Heathcote and Linwood were three of the highest, and then there was some others where we received less submissions. So, the feedback from Bromley residents. As I said, we received 76 submissions from Bromley, which is around 3% of that population. They were largely clustered around the Bayswater Crescent, Seascape Gardens, St John Street, Ropu Street, Munich Place and Glen Byre Place. There's approximately 470 households in that area, so in that dark area where you can see the purple on the map there, and we heard from around 7% of them. In terms of what they told us, we received some very mixed feedback from Bromley. So 41% of the submitters from Bromley said that their preference was option 2, Cape Valley. 34% said that their preference was actually option 5, partial processing of material at the organics processing plant. And while more submitters from Bromley indicated that option 2 was their preference, option 5 received a higher ranking. So you can see the average rankings in the table on the right there. The closer the average ranking is to 1, the higher it was rated by submitters. So 51% of submitters from Bromley indicated that some variation of continuing at the existing plant was their first preference.
We asked the submitters why they selected the options that they did in the open comments. So feedback from Bromley residents highlighted that they are united on the fact that they want action taken to address the odour. However, there were mixed views on the best way to go about this. So some residents want to see that action that will have immediate impact on improving their quality of life because they feel they are fed up with the odour. Others want a solution but are concerned about the financial impacts and environmental impacts. In this case, they tended to prefer option 5 to balance the impacts of the odour and financial stress on households.
And then moving into feedback from all submitters, so this is your wider cohort. Option 5, partial processing of material at the current site, was preferred by the majority of submitters, so 51% ranked that as their most preferred option. 87% indicated that their preference was some variation of remaining at the OPP. 12% indicated that their preference was for it to be moved away from the OPP. Option 2, Cape Valley landfill, was the least preferred option among submitters, and you can see on the right there in the table that that received an average score of 4. So again, the closer the score is to 1, the higher it was rated by submitters.
And then in the open comments for all submitters, submitters who preferred option 1 highlighted the importance of continued processing but wanted it moved away from residents. Submitters supporting option 2 saw this as a quick temporary solution to deal with the odour. Many other submitters did voice concerns about sending organics to landfill, viewing this as a step backwards. Submitters who supported option 3 said that this was a comparatively low-cost option with environmental benefits, while continuing to work with the facility we already have. Submitters that supported option 4 said that this was a good balance of cost, environmental impacts, and limiting transportation of organics. Many also suggested encouraging home composting as a way of reducing organic material. And then submitters who supported option 5 preferred this option because continuation of processing organics was a top priority. They also said that it struck the right balance of minimising emissions, odour and cost.
And generally we know that the curbside organics service is well valued by our residents, and we see that in our residents survey every year, and the feedback from all submitters there really aligns with that other feedback that we get across our other surveys, so it all comes together and tells a story. We asked some additional questions in the consultation. So if the council went with option 1, there would be some additional material that needed to be processed. So in terms of what we did with that, all submitters supported composting at the existing composting plant, versus Bromley submitters where there was a preference to send it to Cape Valley. So that's reflecting what we saw across that wider question set. The other question was if the council went with option 2, Cape Valley, again, there would be some remaining that needed to be dealt with. And again, all of the submitters told us that composting at the existing plant was their preference for dealing with that. Bromley was a little more split on that issue, so 49% want to see it composted at the existing plant versus 45% want to see it sent to the North Island. We asked submitters to tell us where they would have ranked a South Island processor if one became available throughout the process, and you can see there that around 60% of submitters said that that would be their first or second preference, so it rated very highly, and again that's the same with Bromley submitters, so if that was an option it would be ranked pretty highly by our submitters.
And finally, we asked submitters if they had any other comments at the end of the consultation. So cost was a prominent concern amongst submitters and the impact this could have on their rates. The impact on the environment was also a key consideration for submitters when weighing up options. Many did not want to see organics sent to landfill, commonly saying this was the least preferred option. A number did not want to see organics sent to the North Island due to the related costs and emissions associated with transportation. Home composting was commonly suggested as a way of reducing organic material sent to the OPP, and most submitters were conscious about the impact the odour was having on local residents and wanted a quick resolution for their sake.
And that's the wrap up of the submitter feedback, but the full report is available with much more detail in it.
Okay, all done? Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Now can I get a mover and seconder to receive the information? Councillor Cotter, Councillor Henstock. Thank you. We now have over 30 submitters speaking today. Sorry?
To receive it, the council.
Carried. We're carried. Of course it's carried.
Carried.
Oh, all those in favour? All those against? Thank you, carried. Right. Moving right along. We now have 30 submitters speaking today, which is likely to take us to around 10 to 3. As I kick off things, I'd like to welcome David Daesh, who will be joining us on Zoom. Are you there, David?
So David's not there if you want to move to the next person.
Okie dokie. David's just coming along. So we've got Babs, please. Thank you. Welcome.
Going to use one of those. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Babs Tana Brown toku ingoa. I'm a Beckenham resident and frequently practice water sports in the Ihutai estuary. I have certainly noticed some bad smells at times that come with the conflated issue of their origins. Regardless of their source, I'd like to acknowledge the impact these smells have on Bromley residents. Options 1 and 2 of your survey, in my opinion, are totally unacceptable and a backward step. I think it's obvious to all of us that the annual shipping of 60,000 tonnes of green waste 800 kilometres around the country and or putting it in the Kate Valley landfill is wrong on so many levels. Methane emissions due to anaerobic conditions, CO2 emitting trucks on the roads, loss of valuable nutrient resources and expanding landfills that leach into our groundwater, and rate increases with no long-term returns. I realize that the points that I'm making in my submission are only part of a solution and will take some time to gain traction. They offer, however, a viable long-term solution with a multitude of additional benefits. In the meantime, realistically, there will be some compromises to be made, with any negative effects needing mediation. While I was pondering over your survey question, where should we send green bin organics, I realized that it was asking the wrong question. Rather, I'd like to go back a step and rephrase it. What can we do to reduce the amount of green waste that needs to be collected in the first place? Here's my proposal. I'd like to advocate for increased community engagement by encouraging people to take responsibility for the waste they produce. We can all do our bit and in turn support the local council to solve the issues at hand. So if we, as the Otautai community, manage to reduce the amount of green waste that will need to be collected, it will be easier for the City Council to manage it. Maybe then it can be composted fully indoors at the existing plant, or do fewer windrows equate to less smell? Even the amount of green waste to be dealt with as proposed in option 1 or 2 will be vastly reduced. My vision includes creating less food waste by expanding on the national campaign Love Food, Hate Waste, reducing garden waste, for example, mulch lawn clippings or have smaller lawns, and also compost your garden waste and especially your kitchen waste, which is high in odor-inducing nitrogen, at home or in community hubs. I'm advocating for ratepayers' money not to be wasted on landfill dumpings and green waste road trips, but instead being used to educate and incentivize the residents of Otautai to deal with most, if not all, of their mixed green waste at home. This can be achieved through offering and promoting affordable or free of charge gardening and composting workshops, offering encouragement, support, and financial incentives to individuals and groups, exploring different systems that work for our climate and a variety of living situations, be it inner city apartments or a garden section. Composting at household level can take many shapes and forms, and once established, is relatively easy to do. Options include traditional composting bins, sealed containers and hot composters, vermiculture farms, bokashi buckets under the kitchen bench, and many more. Share waste and composting hubs are also a good way to work with smaller and decentralized systems. The council could provide space and support for community gardens, thereby getting communities to work together, recover the valuable resource of nutrients, save on food costs, and close the recycling cycle. Dr. Compost, aka Ben Elms from Wastebusters in Queenstown, found that teaching people gardening first will get them more motivated to compost. Encouraging gardening, including food gardens, will have further reaching and long-term benefits, such as assisting during our cost of living crisis, providing low food miles and fresh kai. I believe there has to be a global and general paradigm shift in many aspects of our behaviours. Yes, the idea might be new to some, meet some resistance because it is slightly more inconvenient than just dumping green waste into the bin and let it become somebody else's problem. Let us live up to Otautai's label as the Garden City and let composting at household level be the new normal. Thank you for listening to my submission.
Thank you very much. That was perfect. So that was more or less right on time. Thank you for your submission. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So next we have Bruce King, please. Welcome, mate.
Good morning. The OPP, the odour producing plant for those of us living in the wind shadow of the OPP. In my opinion, the public consultation questionnaire was presented in a way that would engender fear of rate increases amongst the citizens, and this resulted in manipulated responses by residents who had no knowledge of the history and the problems this plant has caused to those living in the area. Neither was any mention made of hundreds of thousands of dollars already spent by the Christchurch City Council in consultation and efforts to remediate the problem on the present site without success, or that the CCC had already decided approximately 2 years ago that the plant would be moved as is recorded in council minutes. All of the questions ended with a sentence pointing out the financial costs resulting in increased rates. None of the options listed any benefits of closing the OPP, neither the physical or mental health for those of us living in the wind shadow. For example, children being able to play outside without feeling sick or embarrassed, as stated in a presentation to this council by pupils from the Bromley School a couple of years ago. Residents living in the wind shadow being able to invite family and friends to their homes for barbecues or other social gatherings, and consequently minimising social isolation for many physical and disabled in the community. Isolation and stress are well-documented factors in contributing to premature deaths. No, the option of closing the plant immediately and telling people the benefits of doing so was conveniently left off the choices. And I'm just going to add an extra bit now. It tells the story, to quote the CCC employee. The story is the CCC tactics, another word used by the employee, used in the consultation, should be called to pass because they used the fear factor to get the option they wanted. Very manipulative and very unfair. This summer is showing all the signs of being the stinkiest summer, one of the stinkiest summers on record. The OPP has been stinking every day lately. Yesterday was extremely putrid and smelly. The stinky air emits from the OPP. The stinky air emitted from the OPP carries pathogens, black dust, and mould spores, all irritants that are well documented as being harmful to humans and animals. The government has recognised the harmful effect of these pollutants as reflected in recent requirements under the Healthy Homes legislation. And still, the CCC has shown no responsibility or conscience for the continued pollution and detrimental effects on residents in the wind shadow of the OPP. For many years now, the CCC has spent hundreds of thousands of ratepayers' dollars trying to prove the OPP is not the problem it was other industry causing the compost stink that affects the residents. It was good to hear this morning that the City Council finally admitted it did pollute and stink. This money should have been spent towards relocation of the OPP and building a true state-of-the-art composting plant. Processing organics as done at Metro Place is not state-of-the-art, nor is it a green process. It is in fact a very ineffective duty process. Diesel-powered trucks pick up the green bins. Diesel-powered equipment is used to shift the stinking waste around at the OPP, also loading and unloading the composting ovens. The greatest emitter of greenhouse gas is the composting ovens. The CCC is using century-old processes that emits more greenhouse gas than a herd of 4,000 to 6,000 cattle. The distribution of the compost is also done by diesel-powered machinery. The resultant compost, because of the inefficient process, becomes a carrier of weeds. The result is more harmful emissions, with the need to eliminate these redistributed weeds by poisoning, using weed killer and diesel-powered machinery. The question, is composting a green process at the OPP? The answer, no, and definitely no. The immediate and cheapest solution is to pick up weekly the red bins, which should also include the green household waste. The inclusion of green waste, when dumped with general waste, helps with the breakdown of all rubbish. Close the OPP now. Why wasn't public consulted on extra spending on the stadium and the sports centre? Why? Why did they pick on having public consultation on shifting or relocating the OPP? Is that because we are the poor people of Christchurch and we're easily picked upon and beaten down? As you can see, they don't want to answer the question here because they're sick of what's happening to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. That's very good. Right, we'll just whip back to David, who has now joined us online. Are you there, Dave?
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, fire away, sir.
Great. I just wanted to mention I'm doing an exam later today. So instead of studying or sleeping, I'm here. So I just wanted to point out how much I care about this. I'm studying civil engineering. I'm a home gardener. I do my composting at home. And I'm part of a tree planting charity that puts trees in the red zone. So I just wanted to point out, I'm a civic-minded person. Now, I read the ODA reports that were available online. I couldn't find in the ODA reports a single example of objectionable smells being detected by the scouts. I'm sure it smells, but compost smells nice. Frankly, it's a normal part of any garden. I think this is primarily just a small group of people who are annoyed about the smell and not actually reflective of a serious problem or something that's actually affecting the health of a large number of people. Based on using the objective measures that have been recorded, it doesn't seem to be a huge problem. Considering the size of the consequence and the tiny number, the consequences to changing the system, and the tiny number of people that have reported the problem, the objective data seems to be what should be considered in this case. It seems to me that Living Earth have been extremely responsible with odor control, and the existing site location is very well situated. Also, with respect to option number 3, it seems to me that if you remove the tailings from the system, you're going to screw up the process and increase the methane and smell production by restricting oxygen to the center of the pile. Having large, slow decomposing woody material creates gaps, air gaps that allows oxygen infiltration into compost, which creating aerobic conditions reduces the amount of methane that's produced by compost. When you do it well, it doesn't produce any methane. If we're being serious about climate change, I think we have to get used to being close to and interacting with nature. That includes the bad stuff. And I think we can deal with it. We can adapt. We don't need to just file it away like dirty laundry under the bed. I think we can come to learn to interact with nature. And that's pretty much all I had to say.
Okay. That's you're done there, mate? You're good?
Yep. Any questions?
Okay, yes. Any questions of anybody? No, everyone seems to be particularly happy. So thank you very much for your submission.
All right. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so now we have Don Gould, please.
Morning, folks. So my submission that I'll take is read, but I'll read it again for you. It's just the right thing to do. Sending this waste off to Cape Valley at this point in time as a temporary interim solution is just the right thing to do. We just heard a speaker talk to us about it's only impacting a few small people. Well, I tell you what, I mowed my lawn over the weekend and my wife said, no, do not take a wheelbarrow load of lawn clippings into council with you this morning. I seriously did think about it. But tell me, which one of you, put your hand up if you'd like me to bring a wheelbarrow load in this afternoon and dump it on your desk and then just sit here and say, well, it's only one of you that's got a wheelbarrow load of my stinky lawn clippings. on your desk. How about you, Mr. Mayor? Would you like to volunteer for that? No, I didn't think so. That's rhetorical. We've got a chance. Sorry, did you want to interject?
No, I didn't.
We've got a chance to send a clear message on this one, and to give staff a mandate to sort out what we do with organics processing. And I think that sending this green waste to the Cape Valley to landfill is an absolutely, utterly appalling thing to do, and it's also the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do right now to give these people in Bromley some relief, given the problems they've had with their sewage treatment plant. And it's the right thing to do to give ourselves a mandate to actually properly sort out organic processing. Because quite frankly, as we just heard Bruce King point out, it's just greenwashing what we're doing right now. Picking up my 3 barrows of lawn clippings and putting them in a diesel-powered truck, carting them across town from as far away as the Waimak and over there in Horswell and out to the west is just absurd. Now, I haven't done the accounting. You all know that I'm a bit of a numbers guy. I haven't done the green accounting on this because it just looks too ridiculous to even bother to delve into. Lies, deceit, and malfeasance is just not okay. And year after year, that's what you're accused of in this chamber on this one, and I'm not surprised, having had a bit of a look, having a talk with some of you, having a talk with some of the residents. This one's just got ridiculous. This council's reputation on this, as far as I'm concerned, is just utterly, utterly in the gutter. When I read every one of these council agendas that comes out that talks about our council values and the sorts of values that we aspire to give to our community, and then look at how we treat a small subset of our residents. Again, Mr. Mayor, would you like me to bring back that load of lawn clippings and dump it on your desk this afternoon, and then tell the rest of the councillors, but it's okay, it's only on Phil's desk? I think I'm likely to get trespassed. I'm likely to get thrown out of the building for that and told I'm not welcome to come back for at least 2 years, and then I'll get trespassed again after that, wouldn't I? Talking of trespass, talking of fines, I'd like to interject a little bit with the, if I was to park my van outside the front of the building today, I'd probably get a $60 fine for parking on a yellow line. Now, we should take that as a percentage of my income and then look at what that percentage number looks like. Let's look at the business as usual fines we dish out to this organics processing plant at about $750 a time, I think it is, for admitting offensive odours over the boundary, and look at that as a percentage over the... Let's pick the $1.9 billion of capital improvement of added equity that the report said that we have added in the last year alone to our asset value, or look at the $13 billion worth of capital value of the council and then ask, really, $60 for parking outside? I should be paying less than a cent based on the numbers. And that is about all I had on my list. So I've got 32 seconds. I'm happy to take a question.
Councillor Johansson, please.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the deputation. Did you have any comment? You would have heard some of the previous deputation comments around the actual engagement document itself and how we consulted. Did you have any reflection or comment on the document that we consulted the community with and how we consulted?
Absolutely agree with Bruce King. It's a farce. It's offensive towards the community. It didn't do the council's reputation any good, for exactly the point that Bruce highlighted. 1% response from the council. One of the problems we've got in the city right now is that we reach out for engagement with the community so often that it's the boy who cried wolf, and more often than not we get very, very little feedback, even on the important issues. We just sent out a citywide engagement on what we want to spend our rates on, etc. That got a very low feedback as well. Most of these things get incredibly low responses. In my view, it doesn't actually give us a good steer as to what the community's feeling it is. It just gives a steer of what the interested parties have got to say. Even these presentations today, you've got the same cohort of interested parties turning up, and that's about the lot. It's a bit hard to know.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Don. That's excellent. Thank you. Right, now we have Jeffrey King, please. So welcome to the table, Jeffrey. I know you're absolutely passionate about this for years. And
Passionate?
Yes, please keep things subjective.
No word would describe it, sir.
Fire away, mate.
We're away, are we?
Yep.
We were offered 5 options, and each option is nothing but the status quo. Read the options. There is no fix in the options that were put out in that document. Consultants were employed. They didn't use the top piece to work out the figures. The only option to fix the problem is option 2. Send it to Cape Valley, bury it, then extract the methane, convert it to electricity, feed it into the grid. The famous consultants that this council threw money at do not have a clue except to accept the good money thrown at them for bad advice. They quoted all sorts of numbers to transport the product to Cape Valley. They mentioned an increase in greenhouse emissions of something like 104,600 tonnes of CO2. This is utter bullshit. The consultants you have employed do not understand that we now have electric trucks and hydrogen trucks, thus no emissions. In fact, sending the whole kit and caboodle to Cape Valley, the methane emissions from the composting plant at 40 Metro Place, which is one of the biggest emitters of greenhouse gases in this city, yet some of you want it to keep operating. You vote for it to keep operating. Then they want, in the options, they want to shift the content round to other composting facilities, and that's just unbelievable. You're sending the same problem around other districts. Wake up, use the top piece. The problem of odour is in the food content in the green bins. Not the garden content, the food content. The meat, the fish, the dairy, birds, chickens, ducks are all source of the odour. Anything connected to a living animal, be it a cat, dog, rat, etc. Birds of any description, they give off an odour when dead. Even their faeces, their urine, stinks to high heaven, and it figures that it follows with the dead animal. You won't change it, and when composted with the heat in the composting process, brings out the rotten odour. Up until the late 1970s, or was it early 80s, there was a problem with odour at the Sockburn Hornby Wigram area, with the Islington Freezing Works byproducts being processed by Canterbury Byproducts Limited. Look at the problem at Woolston with the gelatine factory. Again, both animal products used, heat applied. You won't stop it. Then take a look at the crematorium in Linwood Avenue, the problems they had there with the ash and the stench. Human bodies, blood flowing around the bodies of animals, humans, whatever. You won't stop the problem. And staff and consultants want to ship the process round the city to even create a new OPP, which is just transferring the problem. Our group of 3 residents, latterly 4, have been telling the Waste Department, five heads in 10 years, what the problem is. But they do not listen. Only our councillor has, Mr. Johansson, has understood, but he has been fighting a losing battle against the ignorance by those too lazy to listen and do their homework. The stupidity of wanting to send the product round to another composting entities around the city, as in the other 4 options, is mind-blowing. The second problem with regards to the stench is the non-existent biofilter that enables the stench to be pumped into the atmosphere and around the adjoining council wards, and that includes Banks Peninsula. The biofilter tray is a tray of bark through which the foul debilitating odour from the processing chamber is passed through. It is at least 150 years old technology, cheap and nasty. It is no more biofilter than fly to the moon. Well, there is no biofilter, period. You have wasted good ratepayers' dollars on consultants. One such firm here in the city, Hereford Street, publicly stated that they could not find any odour from January 2022 through to January 2023. Yet I listed 242 complaints of odour during that period of 365 days. I've lived in that odour for 365 days of the year. I have questioned their observers around the street, and I'm telling you, they wouldn't have a bloody clue. And LEL, Living Earth Limited, are laughing all the way to the bank, laughing at this place, at our expense. They even have filmed our houses, our weather stations, gone on talk back under false names to contradict our statements. The turning off of the fans of the pumps when inspections for the plant is imminent shows how desperate they are to keep the status quo and thus line the Mitsubishi Bank's pocket in Tokyo. There is only one option, and that's to take all green waste to Kate Valley, the same as they do for general rubbish. It's an embarrassment, this OPP, and it's a social injustice to those living in the wind shadow. And social injustice meaning we can't have our friends round. Our friends won't come round and visit us because of the stench. We don't have barbecues, we don't eat outside. In fact, in the summer, it's that bad in the summer because we live in the roof of our house. I have to get in the car and go and sleep in my car in the lay-bys at Sumner or New Brighton, upwind. Third world. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Right, so, yep, is he here? Is Matthew here?
Nick's here.
Yeah, okay. So we'll just skip Matthew for a second because he's here. So Nick, please.
He's online.
Oh, online?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that you could hear me.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. You go for your life.
Yeah, hey, how's it going? Sorry, I've just dialed in now, so hopefully I'm prepared enough. I have to say, I joined the submission as a resident of the east side of Christchurch. I don't live in Bromley, I live in Linwood, certainly enough to be affected by the smell of the fire damage at the plant. I know that's not what we're necessarily talking about today, and I know that the residents of Bromley have it a lot worse, given the smell of the organic waste processing in Bromley. I do, though, want to speak on the courage, I suppose, of the Christchurch City Council and their 2019 climate emergency pledge. I want to rule out any support from me and my friends who live in the east side of Christchurch to send any waste processing to the North Island. I think it's absurd. I think that if we are going to be really serious about our responsibilities as a city and to be as progressive as possible, sending green waste to the North Island is just the most unreasonable thing I've heard in quite a long time. I feel that my first preference would be to continue waste processing with a with infrastructure to mitigate the smell. I believe that we should, in all aspects of what the Christchurch City Council contends with, is to really have courage and to do things properly. I feel that there's a bit of a track record recently of, I mean, even if we look back to the sale of Red Bus, something that I strongly disagreed with in any upcoming talk of asset sales. I think it really is a way to shaft responsibility away from the council and our organisation as a city. I think we've really got to look at becoming a world-class city, and not just in terms of what we can provide outside visitors, but for the ongoing sustainability of our city. I've lived here my whole life. I feel that the rebuild has been poorly managed, as I think you will probably do as well. We still have a city that's full of rubble. We don't have a decent public transport infrastructure. We are barely able to contain our waste and our waste processing without affecting half of the city's residents. I think it's really time to step up, look at ourselves and say, we need to take ownership of this. New Zealand hasn't done well since the mid-80s of deregulation and selling off our resources and production in this country. I think we can look back over 40 years and sort of realise that if we and I understand Cape Valley is 40%, I believe, owned by the council, and look, great. I mean, second option, sure, but sending green waste processing to landfill is again regressive and seemingly ridiculous. I feel that we really need to take heed of what the council themselves, I know that not all of the councillors are the same people, but declared a climate emergency in 2019, and if we're not really serious about doing anything about it, what's the point? Christchurch has a really strong history of being a progressive city, and to do something as regressive as even looking at sending green waste to the North Island is patently ridiculous. I think we really need to step up, own our issues, and continue processing at Bromley, at least in part, and look, just take responsibility for our waste. Again, sorry, I wish I could be a little bit more prepared, but hopefully you understand where I'm coming from, and thank you very much for hearing my submission.
Councillor Cotter.
Thank you. Thanks for your submission. Do you realise, Nick, that this is just a temporary solution while we look at a more environmentally friendly, beneficial long-term option?
Look, as I said, sorry, I probably could have read up a little bit better, you're right. I may have to look back at the documents of the proposal.
Yeah, but in that light, would you then support it being moved off-site to alleviate the smell that people are experiencing as an interim short-term solution?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose looking at that option, then Cape Valley to me definitely makes a lot more sense than the North Island, at least.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, thank you, Nick. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Righto. So we'll now just jump ahead to John Mackey, who's just wandered into the room. So good to see you. Timing is spot on, buddy.
Thank you.
So we're all set?
Far away, mate.
Okay. Tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, Your Worship, the Mayor and councillors, and I wish to thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is John Mackey, and I'm a chartered professional engineer with broad experience in the city infrastructure. And as I say, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to my key points. Now, firstly, I'd strongly urge the council to think about introducing a ban on permitting putrefiable food scraps into the green bins or directly to the organics processing plant, particularly meat, dairy and fish waste. Now, food scraps of this nature are well known to emit foul odours as they decompose. A preferred alternative is to direct these food scraps through in-sink waste disposal units and channeling this resource for reuse at the Bromley wastewater treatment plant. It's important to note that Christchurch has the necessary infrastructure at the Bromley plant to convert this waste into sustainable energy source by processing this material through anaerobic digesters. The waste is effectively broken down and the resultant gas becomes a valuable source of electricity and heat, therefore reducing the costs for council. Now, restoring the full capacity of the damaged wastewater plant post the fire event, I think is an urgent priority for the council. Now, in my submission, I have referenced some previous studies and would like to introduce some more recent surveys, including the 5-city survey from the USA and a very recent survey conducted by Yabble on Christchurch residents, which reveals that approximately 30% of households already are equipped with in-sink waste disposal units, and approximately 39% of these appear in new builds. These examples make a compelling case for the use of anaerobic digestion at our own wastewater treatment plant as a great option for gaining maximum benefit from those food scraps and lowering the impact on the composting plant and the odours it generates. However, I would also like to express some concerns regarding the lack of community involvement in the broader long-term strategy for managing the food and organics, which has recently been set in motion. Now, the decision relating to the future of the organics facility is of significant importance and should actually adhere to sections 77 through 8182 of the Local Government Act. Now, these sections mandate transparent consideration of all available options in consultation with the community, including the option to actually exit the market. So regrettably, the significant procurement plan that has been discussed in public excluded meetings with limited engagement with the wider community. So the request for proposal, which recently closed, was anticipated to culminate in negotiations by the end of October, and with the contract expected to be awarded in February next year. I contend that this proposal has not sufficiently explored all the alternatives and thus should be paused before any further long-term contracts are awarded or entered into and following wider community consultation. Now, in the absence of specific details regarding these confidential long-term options, I would implore the Council to avoid replicating the approach adopted by Auckland Council with its curbside food waste collection service. Now, this service has experienced poor public uptake, it's failed to meet its initial collection targets, it has encountered strong public opposition, and these sentiments are also echoed in the Yabble survey of Christchurch, where 58% do not support this approach. So such a service commits Auckland ratepayers to very, very costly put or pay contracts, valued at over $500 million over the term of these contracts, resulting in sustained rate increases spanning decades and depriving their water agency Watercare of the opportunity to derive energy cost savings at their Mangere wastewater treatment plant. Now, the alternative, what we're suggesting is several other New Zealand councils are contemplating the introduction of mandatory separate food waste collection services based on their interpretation of the Ministry for the Environment waste strategy. However, it's imperative to acknowledge that this strategy remains unlegislated and unendorsed by the current government at this stage, and therefore it should not be pursued until such time that it is, if at all. So rather than embarking on construction of new facilities and initiating additional long-term contracts of any sort, I'd propose that Council consider developing an exit strategy from the business of being in the green waste service or providing composting facilities. This could well be left to the private sector. Instead, the focus should be shifted towards fixing the Christchurch wastewater treatment plant, promoting home composting, which is well favoured by 30% of Christchurch residents, and build upon the existing waste-to-energy infrastructure that is already available to the Christchurch people at the wastewater treatment plant. There is an opportunity, Mr. Mayor, to rethink how we deal with organics in this community, and rather than attempting to build new long-term facilities and contracts that would cost the city hundreds of millions that the city simply cannot afford. So I submit these recommendations for your earnest consideration, and I remain at your disposal for further inquiries or discussions if desired. So nā mihi nui. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, John. That's spot on. Thank you. Okay, so we'll have Matthew, please, and then we'll have a break. So welcome, Matthew. Have you got a brother, Nick?
No.
No, that's right. So you look just outside.
Uncle Nick.
Uncle. Okay, far away, mate.
Bit older.
Yeah.
Do I just speak out loud or?
You sit down. You do whatever you like. She's all yours.
Sorry, I haven't done one of these before.
No, don't be scared.
That one looked a little bit more advanced than mine, but basically, I understand it's obviously a big undertaking, and basically, me and my partner sitting there doing the survey, kind of were basically thinking like, we don't have a compost bin at home, we don't know anything about composting, haven't really researched it. I'm not sure about the statistics, though, just seen that apparently a lot of people do, but perhaps a promotion could be, like, you could do a subsidy or anything like that for people who are wanting to start composting, which would be an easy short-term solution to lower the amount of green waste going into the system. Is just basically, get people resources for cheap compost bins, resources on how to compost. Like, we've got a garden at home we could do with compost, but we just haven't gotten around to it because we've got the green bins and they've been fantastic. But if it's affecting the Bromley residents, that's not really acceptable. We don't live in Bromley, but I've had the smells floating by over in Hoonhay, and I would hate to live with that. So there's no way that can continue. And just as a simple ease, just a bit of composting would be like having a compost system that everyone can kind of get behind and use would probably be where I would concentrate a few efforts to have a potentially long-term solution even, but easily it's an easy short-term solution with a bit of marketing and a bit of information for the general public. I know we sure would probably we put out a lot of green waste just for mowing our lawn. That if that could go into composting, awesome. If it didn't, just anything really. So that would probably be my main suggestion. I think that's what I mainly put on my thing. So yeah.
Thank you, Matthew. Councillor Cotter's got a question.
Thank you. I was just going to suggest that you'll probably have a community garden in your area somewhere, and most schools now have composting systems as well, so it's easy for you to reach out and get some assistance if you want to learn how to do it, and you can also might be able to take your clippings to a community composting area. So just an idea. And
well,
also,
I could definitely go on YouTube and look it up and start it, but I just thought for the general public it would be awesome.
Have you heard of bokashi? Bokashi. It's this little 2-bucket system you put in your own kitchen, and you sprinkle the sawdusty stuff on the top.
Oh yeah,
it's really
like
really
a composting toilet kind of thing.
Doesn't smell, And then you
It just less so for me. I'm just using me as an example, but like
that's all I want to say.
Yeah.
I don't really have a question. I live in Hoonhay too, and we do composting, so you can come check it out if you want.
What an invitation.
Thank you very much for coming in, Matthew. See, we didn't eat you. Just don't be scared.
No, that's fine.
and come back sometime.
Yeah, I think it's my second submission, but this one's a bit more full on.
Good on you, mate. Good on you. Okay, so we'll have a breather until 11 o'clock, everybody. So see you back then. Good on you. Thank you. the blocks now, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Clock now. So my name's Tammy Ramsey Evans. I'm a householder here in Christchurch. Been living here for 3 years. Nurse by trade, mum to 2 kids, and we have a family of 4. So I'm here. I was prompted to write to the council, not for the first time, but the first time I've ever come here to speak to what I've written. I was prompted because when I read the plan, I saw that there was no focus on any kind of waste minimisation. And I thought, when you go to look to build an entire new plant to manage your city's waste, why is there no particular strategy that's aiming towards minimising said waste? Like I said, I'm a nurse by trade, so I have no waste minimisation background, but I manage a household, and I know within my section we have the ability to manage all our household waste without council intervention, if we chose, and if we were supported with the resources we need to do that. So I'm speaking only from a household point of view, from my particular household, and I just aligned it to Action 21 under the Leadership and Innovation section of your waste management plan, where you specifically say you're embracing new technology and promoting a circular economy. And I think a circular economy is not just the city's economy, it's also a circular household economy. And part of that is having a household minimisation plan. So if I just use an analogy like from healthcare, where I work, a hospital cannot make you all well. We can heal you for a moment until you come back and visit us again. It requires behaviour change, and that is the same with waste minimisation. This council cannot solve waste problems for Christchurch, but you can help promote behaviour change at a household level for the people of Christchurch, and that's the kind of point, that's the angle that I'm coming from. So when you look at circular economies and new technology, I don't think that new technology needs to be an entire new waste plant. I don't think it involves sending all our waste to another island to manage. I think what it involves is looking at really simple technology. For my household to manage all our household waste, we would need 3 compost bins. If we had 3 compost bins, I'm confident we could give back our green bin and have no need for someone to come and collect that every second week. I think if you're looking at putting money, investing into waste minimisation, I would rather you invest that in my household so we didn't rely on the council any longer to manage our waste. And I think longer term, not every household is going to be motivated like mine to make that change. So there's always a bit of a carrot and a bit of a stick in any kind of behaviour change. I would happily offer up my household as a example household if you wanted one, to see how possible it is to kind of remove the responsibility from the council and help people who are motivated. But I think when you're coming in with a new intervention, so somewhere like Nelson Council, they offer a subsidy for a compost bin, but it's only $20, and that's after a long period of time where they did fund compost bins, so you could just get a free compost bin from the council. And now they've eased that off because they've created some of the behaviour change that they needed. I think in Christchurch, as you move kind of more from this paternalistic, we will look after everything, to this more empowering model of helping households manage their own waste, you're probably going to need more than a $20 subsidy. I think it could be something akin to swap your green bin for compost bins, and perhaps even resourcing hubs like your community gardens to own mulches. Our household, the biggest barrier to managing our own waste would be what we do with our branches. Like, we'd need a mulcher to be able to mulch that, to then be able to compost it. And whilst the kids love chopping wood, they don't like chopping it into centimetre squares. So I guess that's my household's experience with waste, and that's what I would ask council to help us with. And then you wouldn't need to be sending my household's waste anywhere, either to Bromley or to the North Island or what have you. 24 seconds. Does anyone have any questions?
No, you've done it. Very good indeed. And thank you for being so forthright and honest in what you actually do and putting your house up on the block as a sacrificial lamb, maybe.
Yeah, well, I think sometimes people think, oh, these are impossible things to do, but they're actually not. It's just a change in behaviour.
Change in thinking. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming in. Good on you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tammy. Henry's next, please.
Thanks, Tammy. Unfortunately, not quite in the same boat with being able to deal with our organics at my wife and I's house in Richmond. But I moved to Christchurch 10 years ago to study. I have a bachelor's degree in natural resource engineering from UC. Developed an interest in wastewater and water reuse and the environment. I now call Christchurch home with that property in Richmond. Pretty small, little 6.5 square metre bit of grass with a bit of a garden around it that I can grow a couple of lettuces, but that's about it. And then a big driveway of hedging, which is where I utilise the organics bin. I work in the field of land treatment and beneficial reuse of wastewater, where I work to inform the stigma around the word waste, where we minimise the use of artificial fertiliser and instead use treated wastewater. When I made the move from the Waikato to Christchurch, I was amazed and became quite proud of the organics management and the huge scale of the green bin organics treatment and reuse. This was something that I grew up in a small community of 3,500 people, where they were able to do it, but I'd never seen it on such a big scale, well ahead of the rest of New Zealand. I consider some of the short-term options presented that are significant and embarrassing step backwards, which could result in other smaller councils saying, why should we try if Christchurch City has tried and failed? This feels like Christchurch City giving up and resorting back to the thinking of the 1970s, where it was where they have lost the progressive councils and gone about doing this issue. I was aware that this was a short-term plan, but that earlier in the year there was a tender for a new building on site. Is this now in the long-term plan? This building was negative pressure, like many similar processing industries in the city, and it allowed for a scrubber to treat the discharge of odour and dust nuisance material. 87% of respondents have some level of remaining processing at the current site, and I was surprised at how few Bromley residents responded. All of these options will result in increased rates for the duration of the activity in a time when money is already tight for many households. If this is to be a short-term solution, before initiating a more permanent solution, would it not make more sense from a rates point of view to invest more heavily in the structurally sound long-term plan and give residents a definitive end in sight? The short-term plan is all hugely costly, but surely the light at the end of the tunnel would make more sense for this issue and has already been going for years, so what's another couple more? If we're working towards a greater, more beneficial long-term outcome. Dust and odour concerns are important. However, the site is in an area with other sources of similar discharges. Moving this operation would result in the effects of what's being seen at the current site in a new area, and the existing, and spreading out these effects. Best management would be to keep similar sources in a location that they've traditionally been located. Historically, this is the suburb that has had these activities, which has resulted in property values and rental rates being much lower than the rest of Christchurch. The living cost would be dependent on this activity. In Richmond, on the odd occasion, wind dependent, my wife and I can smell odour, whether that's from composting or not. There is an associated smell from onshores. However, this was considered when I was buying the home, and I assessed it against affordability. The proposed options are setting out precedents for other processes. If it's going to Cape Valley, why have a green bin? People got confused and forgot how to recycle during the COVID lockdowns with the recycling bins going to Cape Valley. The exact same thing would happen again with the green waste being diverted. Christchurch City has worked so hard to educate people on what's going into green waste and why it's important, and why would we throw away all of this good work out the window? If the recycling plant has similar issues to the last 3 years, again, the first option is likely to be to send it to Cape Valley. And at this point, we're back in the 70s again. Our waste, our solution, and I don't believe an option of shipping our waste to the North Island or to another district is an appropriate management of a product that is not a waste but beneficial for reuse.
Thank you, Henry. That was absolutely spot on and some good points. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is Ben here, please? Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, councillors and everyone else. My background is I was an oceanographer in Cape Town in South Africa, where we have anoxia of a different kind. What happens there is there's excess organic matter in the ocean. This sinks to the bottom, and you get all the problems you're dealing with out at your recycling of your compost in a separate way. 20 years ago, when I came here, our curbside collection was just as it is in Wellington and Auckland right now, where you had a bin and you chucked everything in the bin, and you had a little box and you put your recycling in there. It was with immense pride that I felt, like one of the previous talkers mentioned, when Christchurch became this greener city that actually took the organic matter and composted it. And I think the council is to be commended for being very forward-thinking in that way. So you gave meaning to the adage, thinking globally and acting locally, which I think is very important if we're worried about global warming and climate change. So what's wrong with organic matter going to the landfill? That's one of the options that you're thinking of, I know. And I want to address the anaerobic side of what happens there. So when that organic matter lands in the landfill, it's cut off from the air. The decomposition of that organic matter is no longer aerobic, as is indicated in this little equation here. Sorry to take you back to chemistry of school. But what happens is there you move to anaerobic decomposition, which is less efficient than the aerobic. And most importantly, that top equation there, CH4, that's methane. So you're getting methane emitted. And so I want to then show you just quickly 2 slides of radiation, incoming and outgoing. Again, a bit of physics now. On the left-hand side here, that's the incoming radiation from the sun. Can't get this arrow, but anyway, on the left-hand side there, you've got UV light, visible light, and then going to the right-hand side, infrared. So those, if you can remember your physics, are wavelengths in microns. So what's this got to do with composting? The peaks on the right-hand side there, you'll see water vapor, CO2, and ozone. They dip down. So what that means is the back radiation from the Earth is less than the incoming radiation, and that's why we have an average temperature of 25 degrees centigrade on Earth. And we'd be in trouble, in fact, if it wasn't for these greenhouse gases, because the average temperature of Earth would be minus 18, apparently. So moving on to, this is from NASA, their website, and this, I hope, will convey to you the importance of trying to limit methane. I had a talk at our Rotary Club recently from the Climate Change Commissioner, and he said they're going hard after methane. And this is why the farmers are being so heavily penalized for the methane the animals emit. So all those green bits there are what methane's doing to the back radiation. So this is why methane is 34 more times aggressive than CO2 in trapping that heat. So as I say, the farmers are being hammered by this, and I think it would be hypocritical of us townies to put our organic matter in the landfill at Cape Valley and be part of the methane problem. And I wonder if there aren't financial penalties down the line. Will the government say, okay, you guys are also emitting methane, we're going to tax you like we tax the farmers? Yeah, and we'll also not be acting very locally by doing that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Barber, please.
Yeah, thanks for that presentation. Were you aware that at Cape Valley we do collect the methane and it generates enough power to power 4,000 homes and the rest we flare off? Did you know that?
Yes, I've seen also at
and we also collect the
Bottle
leachate.
Lake. You've got those big blue pipes. I think it's heating this very building we're in now. But the trouble is, how do you make sure you're capturing all that methane that's coming out? It's coming out elsewhere. You can't capture it all. Yeah, and being 34 times more aggressive than the CO2, that's something to worry about then.
Okay, thank you. That's we've used our time up spot on. Thank you very much. Yep. Good on you. So now we'll try the other bin. Thank you, mate.
Kia ora katoa. Thank you, Your Worship, and fellow councillors. My name is Ben Smith. I'm originally from north of Whangarei, the Hikarangi Swamp, and my whakapapa links all the way back to the Otago goldfields and back to 1841, our forefathers coming there. I'm the principal person behind the anaerobic digestion facility in Reparawa that 20 years ago we started after a firefight in Baghdad in order to keep power on in Baghdad and things like that. Now, I'm not here to talk about my expertise in that. I've spent millions and millions of dollars. I'm actually here to celebrate the success of the Canterbury region and Christchurch City Council in particular on the vision that you share in terms of the industry that you're bringing to this province, and I'd like to congratulate you. I see such a huge opportunity with us bringing the facility down to Lincoln University and a $7 million anaerobic digester into the teachings at the moment, which I'm personally sponsoring $16,000 a PhD student study towards. Methane, as our person presented, is a lethal substance, but it's also a backbone gas for the hydrogen industry through hydrolysation, which New Zealand has 3 active plants at the moment, would enable us to produce CO2 and 6 units of hydrogen. So it's really, really exciting for the development of the Canterbury region. And I'm very conscious of things. My biggest point is on your survey that you've given, a lot of people have talked about odours, and I thought I'd bring a canary in for you. This is an electronic canary. So in the 1890s, my forebears used to carry a canary bird down into the coal mines. But I'm a bit worried at the moment with the odours that are coming from the processing on the compost facility, that we're talking about odours, we're not talking about the 6 specific gases that are there. And I believe that you're at a crucial stage to not let the canary fall off the perch. We've heard previous speakers speak in regards to the impact of the lowering of financial benefits that are in the Bromley area. My specific thing is the long-term health effects, and I was directly involved in Hawke's Bay with the water thing. At the moment, you're paying $50 a tonne for your food waste to go into municipal landfill, which is a direct levy. Thank you very much. You're giving me $25 to promote change in practice, like the previous presenter talked about, but you're also giving me $25 to invest in future operations, like has taken me 20 years to develop. That's a central government policy, but you pay for it. Your ratepayers pay for it. Every tonne of food waste that goes in there is there. I believe that Christchurch, with the development and the intellect that you've got in this community, you could take the mantra off and not let the canary fall off the perch. And I think you're at a crucial stage. Yes, we could immediately take stuff to the North Island and process it in an anaerobic digestion facility, but God knows, we probably need to put 6 of those facilities in as fast as possible because everybody else is lining up, and I don't think you get the ferry service to cart it over. But I tell you what, with your support, you've got the intellect and the ability to make, you've got a world-leading operation in Cape Valley, but it's only a landfill. You're only able to recycle up 20% of your methane availability. You're having to flare off at Cape Valley at the moment. You're at your carbon limits on that sort of stuff. So I think I'd like to congratulate you, but I'm challenging you today. Don't let the canary fall off the perch. And I'll give you 30 seconds to ask a question.
Okay, I'll just throw a bit in here because I was a director of Transwaste for a wee while. The reason that they're flaring off at Cape Valley is the generators they've got there, the extension cord out to the main grid is not big enough to be able to get the...
No, I realise that. Yeah. I mean, we're flaring at EcoGas and Reparo at the moment because we aren't injecting, so I can 100% appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. No, thank you very much. Very, very good. Yeah. Okie doke. So, Peter, please. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Peter Clothier is my name, semi-retired banker. I've been back in New Zealand since 2013. I've got an interest in the Christchurch South Garden Trust. I'm on board of that with Christine, who's behind me. I listened to Tammy this morning and I thought, well, she's actually been over my shoulder looking at what I want. How many people in this room have got a compost bin? Less than 50%? Yep. So the story of compost bins that I see is that I've cut my green bin down to once a fortnight. It doesn't go out every other week, purely because we take care of what we're doing. We're a mature age family, we've got older children, and we just follow the same rules. Everything goes in the green waste if it can go in the green waste. We've cut down the yellow bin to every second week, and it's just about thinking about what you've got to do. From my perspective, if I looked at the commercial aspects of the way I think this thing could go, there's a corporate thinking that's got to be put up here, and there's a community thing that's got to be put down here. This community understanding and education program that the council needs to support and get out there and get their hands dirty with the community in the streets is the way that we can drive this thing forward, and it will end up saving you money somewhere, because you'll save money on the number of trucks you've got to have if you don't have to have all the deliveries. You don't have to then worry about how much money you pour into the new processes of keeping your green waste workable. From a banker's point of view, I kept on talking to myself at 3 o'clock this morning and saying, why aren't you talking to Selwyn? Why aren't you talking to Waimak? Why aren't you talking to the whole of the South Island? And that was actually the thrust of my commentary that I sent through in the system. Is this not a South Island process that Christchurch City Council can be the lead on? If it's about funding, I'm sure that you'd get some joint ventures coming out of all the other councils. From my own personal perspective, I've seen something like this happen in Australia when I was over there doing my banking, and there was certainly the joint ventures amongst the various interested parties. It was workable, it was achievable, it was acceptable, and the community bought into it. So that's the corporate side of it. Let's come back to the education process with the people out in the suburbs. Everything that Tammy talked about is exactly what we've got to do. We've got to look at what we're doing in our own domestic backyard. That, to me, creates a bit of an issue because we've got a lot of high-rise coming through, and I'm not against high-rise in any way, shape or form. It's progress. how are we going to manage that particular part of the suburban green waste situation? Get back to education. It gets back to education, it gets back to communication. And every time we have a market day at the Christchurch South Garden Trust, we don't get too many councillors coming along, but we get a lot of parliamentarians coming along. And the parliamentarians have said to me, in the little conversations we have, keep talking to council, keep talking to council. So my question to this council is, and I know I've seen you around, Mrs Templeton, I've seen you around in certain places. My question to you as a council is that how do you buy into a process that includes the householders of Christchurch to make the green waste process work as simply as possible before you worry about the segments of the corporate world? The corporate world is something that I won't have a say in, and all the people behind me, maybe one, the guy that's just before me, Ben. But how do you buy into the community to make it a doable process so that the community knows that you are there and backing us and wanting to grow with us?
Yeah, just if you want an answer to that, I mean, we do have a Love My Waste program, waste minimisation program. We also fund community gardens and community garden coordinators.
You help us, yes.
And through our residents associations, they all have, groups that reach out to the community. So we're doing our best to educate where we can. Also, Keep Christchurch Beautiful has quite a good program in schools. So we are really aware of that, and everything starts small. Also, we've got Bailey Perryman, who's got his own composting projects as well. So we really are trying to do that. So I totally agree with what you're saying.
Yep, thank you. Dale.
Yeah, look, thank you for your submission, and thank you for the work you do at the community garden. I've been down a few times as well, and it's really good to see the work you do. I was interested in your comment around taking a bit of a corporate approach, and I guess I was interested in your view around whether you think it's good to basically contract out to a private multinational the organics collection. I mean, given that if we want flexibility, and I'm not sure if you heard John Mackey, one of the previous speakers, talked about what's happened in Auckland with a contract to a private company to guarantee a certain financial return, but it limits your flexibility. So I just kind of was interested in your view around, the idea of council just doing the organics itself versus contracting out into a corporate model, which hasn't really served us very well.
I guess the corporate model is obviously going to take a bit of thinking, and I guess from my perspective, I would have liked to have been able to come to a meeting such as this and have somebody in the council say, this is where we're at, and we've had 3 years of thinking already. If you're going to use external contractors, then it becomes a price point because they're going to do it for a profit. If you're doing it as a service within the councils, I don't believe if you did it as a model around, say, Selwyn, Waimak and Christchurch City Council, I don't believe that you could run that driven by council. You would have to bring in external contractors. External contractors need to make a profit. External contracts are going to want a long-term contract, and then there's going to be a whole lot of yin and yang going on to make sure that everybody's happy. My perspective is, if you take it off the council's books and give it to a contractor, they have to report to you. And if they don't meet the KPIs, so to speak, in corporate language, then you've got a problem. How do we bring them back online? But at the end of the day, the process of getting rid of green waste is the most essential thing. And what are you going to do with it to get it back into circulation?
Yep. Thank you, Peter. That's good.
Cool.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for that. Thanks for the opportunity.
Wonderful. Right, next to a wee change of plan here. We've got Julie, please. Julie. No, it's a wee change of name. Oh, online. Sorry, Julie. I didn't see you online there.
So, Julie Summers on that?
Is Julie Summers in the room?
Oh, sorry. The floor is yours.
Hi, I just don't know really where to start. I guess my background is in health. I've worked in a lot of different health type facilities where it's just looking at different ways to kind of dial down the waste output in different health facilities and where we're using things that are probably less plastic, and certainly looking at reducing the amount of rubbish bins in some hospitals. Yeah, I was quite surprised at how many were actually in Public, Burwood and Hillmorton. There's quite a lot of rubbish facilities there, and to me it just seemed like it was a huge overuse syndrome there, and there was no room for, I suppose in Hillmorton, I don't know if they do a lot of, I think they do some community garden stuff there, but I don't know how much composting they do there. But currently as a support worker in the community, it's my responsibility partly to help promote recycling with different households, and perhaps dialing down the amount of plastic and rubbish they do and purchase. Yeah, and lowering how much they output every week.
Okay. You're good?
Right.
Is anyone... No, that's fine, that's fine. Has anyone got any questions of Julie? No, thank you very much for coming in.
Okay.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, so now online. That one. Elvira.
She's no longer attending. Elvira. Oh, she's attending. Okay.
That's her there.
Yep.
Yeah, Elvira, you're online.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah. Good, thank you. How are you? I've just got a quick précis of points, and I'd like to ask a few questions at the end. So I'm just going to read out my points, if that's okay. I've got a green waste solution proposal rather than having to deal with a problem. Instead of transporting green waste for long distances at considerable cost, reduction of organics is what we should be aiming for, and this will happen if we give people an incentive. If CCC were to offer a rates reduction and or a compost bin, worm farm bins, or a bokashi bucket to those people who handed in their green bins, I'm sure that many people would consider this option. It's comparable to the shopping bag situation. We used cloth bags from the 1980s, but the majority of people just settled with the free plastic bags at the supermarket because there were no consequences for them. When the government finally legislated to ban the plastic shopping bags, and paper or cloth bags came at a price at the till, everybody came with their own shopping bags. It was that simple, and it happened overnight. CCC rates are an exorbitant cost for many people. A reduction in rates is perfect at this time in exchange for people handing in their green bins and composting or mulching their own green waste. I contacted the council some time ago to see if I could have a rates reduction if I handed in my green bin. The answer was no. We have never ever used our green bin for green waste, and I just use it to store my plant pots in. All of the green waste on our property is composted, worm farmed, mulched, dug into the ground, or fed to the birds. Wood from the trees is used in the wood burner. And I have to say, this is surprisingly easy once you get your system in place. What about composting workshops? Information on how to home compost on your website and or pamphlets sent out to ratepayers. As a reward for our green waste work, we at home have a productive fruit and vegetable garden, lots of earthworms and microbial life in the soil, and a flourishing population of native and introduced birds. I'd just like to just comment on the Cape Valley option. The Cape Valley option would be all anaerobic breakdown. Anaerobic breakdown produces methane much more so than aerobic breakdown, and it's also very slow to break down, and if it breaks down at all, it just kind of sits sluggishly in the soil and does nothing. And with respect to the smell from the composting plant, which I believe is one of the big key issues, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well composted aerobic, aerobic composting procedures shouldn't and don't really produce a smell at all. It will be the anaerobic bacteria that are producing that smell. And so what I want to say is, can you alter the way that you do the composting in the first place so it's entirely aerobic? And think about things like effective microorganisms, which is a tool that organic growers use. Hot composting, which I believe they use, is quick, and if it's aerobic, it's not smelly and it's even quicker. I'm amazed that you consider the cost of transporting stuff to the North Island to, I believe, was a worm farm operation. That's a really prohibitive cost, and it's very hard to believe that this sort of worm farm operation couldn't be set up somewhere in Canterbury. Just another thing, this is a personal thing, but every autumn I go to my local park, which is Domain Terrace, Braden Domain, and I rake up bags and bags and bags of leaves, and they make fantastic mulch, and I put them in my compost, and I save the council a lot of work, and I tidy up the park. People think I'm slightly eccentric, but actually I'm doing work for the community, and I'm also enhancing the quality and the organic matter in my soil. This should be encouraged as a normal thing to do rather than as a novelty thing to do. I've got a question for you. Why does the compost smell if it's all aerobic? Can you answer that, or can you?
No,
Yeah.
it's you.
Yeah, we will ask that. We will ask that for you. Not, but
Yeah,
I
because
can't.
aerobic decomposted material should smell lovely. It smells like the forest. And also just that the optional financial incentives for people to compost, like a reduction in rates or free compost bin or those other bins. It should be a real. I think it would be a winner because people are struggling so much, you know. And if you think of the cost of one green bin, let's say the green bin costs $100. I don't know if it does or not, but let's say it does. And you say to them, okay, instead of having a green bin, we'll give you $100 off your rates. People would do it. They absolutely would. For some people, that makes all the difference. I mean, not for people on higher salaries, but for people who are struggling to pay the grocery bills every week, that would be a real incentive.
That's very good. That's certainly something we can look at.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, Ruth, please.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Ruth Sarson, and while I'm making this submission in a private capacity, I'd like to declare that late last year I left the employment of Environment Canterbury after 10 years. As I no longer work for Environment Canterbury, I have no conflict of interest, and any information I discuss and submit on today is already in the public arena. During my time at Environment Canterbury, I had many roles, from responding to complaints of odour from residents on the east side to leading the Bromley Odour Pilot in 2020, which proved beyond doubt that Living Earth was responsible for emitting offensive and objectionable odours beyond its boundary. It would be fair to say that no one at ECAN knew more about this issue or has smelt the odour from the plant as many times as myself. And as a reminder, I will not be discussing anything today that's not in the public arena. I'm extremely sad and frustrated that 43 months after this council was provided with evidence beyond reasonable doubt that the composting plant was seriously impacting residents' mental health and well-being, nothing has changed. For the residents, that is.
Just let the person have their say, please. Thank you.
For the ratepayer, much has changed. Hundreds and thousands of dollars and countless hours of staff and community members' time has been spent on trying to get you to understand the extent of the issue. It appears you finally have understood, as you have agreed in principle to move the plant, but not for another 3 to 5 years, as you state in your video on YouTube. Given that you have had the evidence you needed in 2020, it's possible it will take you 8.5 years from knowing you were breaching your consent and the Resource Management Act to moving the plant in principle. After years of being involved with this issue on the coalface, monitoring compliance with the consent, the abatement notice, and spending hundreds of hours dealing with the community's complaints about the foul discharge from this plant, I am left with no faith whatsoever that odour can be managed from this site effectively. There have been years of promises of a reduction in odour, but this has never eventuated. This is why I've chosen option 2, to send all material to Cape Valley. The plant and the operation of it has made the people of Bromley and wider suffer intolerably For years, due to your utter refusal to believe what was right in front of your eyes and your nose for years and years. While you took many years to make meaningful decisions, the residents continue to suffer the foul and debilitating odour, and they should not have to do so for one more day. I get this is a wicked problem. We all know that option 2 goes against many policies, rules and consents. And if the rest of Christchurch has to pay a bit more for their rates, so be it. We're a community who should support those who have been traumatised by this odour. If it goes against your policies and rules, then so be it. Maybe you should have thought about this as you were burying your head in the sand. If it's not good for the environment, then so be it. The environment for the residents has been absolutely trashed through this council's poor and glacial-paced decision-making. It's time to finally do the right thing for this community. They have had to endure so much. Please close this plant immediately. You should consider giving the people of Bromley and wider a formal apology, as you have recently done in relation to your poor handling of the wastewater treatment plant fire, which incidentally I also led in my role at Environment Canterbury. It's the least you can do. The odour from the wastewater treatment plant started in November 21. The odour from your composting plant has been years in the making. To the residents of Bromley, I thank you again for your perseverance, for all the times you've called Environment Canterbury, for the tens of thousands of times you submitted your smelter app notifications, for all the meetings you've attended, for all the time you've had to take off work to try and get various decision makers to listen to you, for all the sleepless nights, for all the times you couldn't enjoy being outside at your property, for all the times you've had to endure the foul stench of this council's composting plant. I plead for these councillors to finally make the right decision for you, to send the organics to Cape Valley so you no longer needlessly have to suffer. Thanks for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. That was great. One quick one, please.
Yeah, thank you. You talked about the idea that there should be an increase in rates to offset the cost of what we do to alleviate the problem. But I guess I was just trying to understand whether it's fair that the company that runs the plant shouldn't be paying for the harm that it's causing.
I think the
So
company
rather than the
certainly
ratepayer
should
paying
be.
for it,
Yeah, absolutely.
why shouldn't the people that are
That's
profiting
good.
off
That's
it?
okay. That's
I would agree with that.
Thank you. Righto. Okay.
Fantastic submission.
So now we have Matt and Cheryl, please, who have just arrived. Thank you very much for being right on time.
Good morning and thank you for the opportunity to address Council. I am Dr Cheryl Brunton, one of the Medical Officers of Health at Te Mana Ora, and this is my colleague Nat Willoughby, who is one of our Health Protection Officers who worked on our submission to Council with respect to the organics processing plant. Now, I'm not going to rehearse everything that was in our submission, but for your consideration today, I just wanted to raise a couple of salient things and also just to reiterate the reasons we support option 2. We're very much aware, like the previous speaker, of the long-term exposure to odorous compounds on the nearby community. And we're very much cognizant that also that any public health recommendations should take into account the prolonged exposure of that community to date. The FIDOL assessment criteria that were included in the options document indicate that offensive and objectionable odour has been observed at multiple locations off-site from the organics processing plant, and that's very consistent with the odour complaints that have been made by the members of the community. Now, we do acknowledge that Council's ultimate intention is to move the operation from the site in Bromley to another appropriate location in the longer term. So it's important to reiterate that the recommendations that we've made are based on each of the options as an interim solution, not long-term. And any recommendations in support for specific options need to recognise, as I think Council does, the inherent trade-offs from the proposed interim solutions. We did also include with our submission a technical document that we commissioned from ESR, from Dr. Margaret Leonard, which goes into further detail around each of the options. However, we recommend that even with an interim solution in place, whatever council decides, there need to be contingency plans to improve system redundancy and to reduce the reliance on any single part of an overall composting process, particularly if options other than option 2 are chosen. There are several limitations with each option that have the potential to lead to unplanned stockpiling of material, and once that happens, there is a vulnerability to the effects of extreme weather events, which include but aren't limited to extreme heat, extreme rainfall, extreme wind. So essentially our position on the options can be summarised as follows. Option 1, the use of a North Island processor carries risks in terms of stockpiling due to extreme events, also just logistics like cancelled ferry sailings, and the processor being unable to continue to take the volume of material that would be coming from the Christchurch Organics plant, or would otherwise have gone to the Organics plant. Option 2, as an interim option, diverting all the curbside organic recyclables to the Cape Valley landfill, effectively removes composting from the site and also removes the odour problem for the residents. Cape Valley is much closer to Christchurch than a North Island processor, and this option is therefore less prone to interruption, and City Council is a party in the ownership of the landfill. There is, however, the problem that the landfill capacity was not planned to incorporate organics at the scale that might be transported from Christchurch. And therefore, this will reduce the capacity of the landfill potentially shorten its life. So I think here what we would want to say about our support of option 2 is that it's predicated on there being a longer term solution explored in the immediate and shortest term possible. Option 3 of secondary screening, which would be introduced anyway, really doesn't address the odour problem associated with the tailings, and it really doesn't also address the inability of the plant to adequately process during the summer peaks. And there might be more odour, in fact, which would be the least desirable outcome. Option 4, limiting volumes of organics at the plant. Now, the option in the options document doesn't specify the optimum volume for processing. So unless the issues from high volumes leading to reduced tunnel times are addressed, the situation will essentially be the status quo during summer and spring, which is again not a desirable option as far as the local residents are concerned. Option 5 of processing the tunnels then moving material off-site, essentially the limiting factor is the capacity in summer and material being loaded directly from the tunnels. There's no contingency plan for equipment malfunction that could in fact lead to stockpiling. So taking into account the pros and cons of each option and the caveats and limitations of any unintended consequences, we've supported option 2, sending all material to Cape Valley for the time being, as the most effective for odour reduction, but also, as I said earlier, not a suitable long-term solution. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming in. Brilliant, right on time. So haven't got time for questions, I'm sorry, but very good points. Okay, because we are, we've actually got Christine here who's down for after lunch, so because you come to the trouble of doing it, we use up this little space that we've got to for you to come forward and do your presentation, please.
I was going to prepare this more effectively over lunch. So we'll see how we go. Kia ora, everybody. Christine Blantz, the manager of Christchurch South Community Gardens Trust. We have been running what you might call a micro composting system for nearly 23 years in the community. So this is not a new thing for us. We process 20 tonnes of organic waste, which is appropriate for the size and the location, and that's the carrying capacity. So that things don't turn into the Wild West, which it's very appropriate for the community to step in. I think back in the early 2000s, when the council was considering their options with regards to the separation of waste and so on, we had really excellent support from the Sustainable Cities unit, and it was very authentic community engagement as well. It was direct, and we were fortunate to be included in a SAM evaluation which compared council organics to what we were doing, and we came out at 96% benefit to society compared to the council organics, which was about 76. And the reason for that was the social benefits and the reduced costs at the community level. So it's, even though it's the amount, the quantities are tiny, there are other benefits that just can't be achieved by large-scale operations. So I think they're relevant, those social benefits and reduced costs. And I was interested to note that the $500,000 that was spent on marketing over COVID to effect some change over 2.5 years, I think I spent $5 on laminated notes to the people who had dropped off their organic waste to stop them from doing that, and it took me 2 weeks to get them to stop and then bring them back in again. So because the connection, the communication is very intimate at that local level, and so you can get immediate change, and you know who people are. So I don't think, in order to avoid, as I said, the Wild West, I think something like the Sustainable Cities unit could be very useful for oversight at the community level, to make sure that people are aware of their carrying capacity, adverse effects, how to manage systems, etc. We've just invested $5,000 in new compost systems, so we take it very seriously. It's our cathedral to compost. And also, I visited, I attended a lecture by Professor Susan Crumdatch, who's an alternative engineer, and her view of sustainable cities also includes sustainable neighbourhoods which are walkable and include waste processing hubs. So this is not a new thing either. I've selected the option that to relieve the stress on residents, Bromley might as well put everything to Cape Valley for the meantime. However, that removes the opportunity for school children to see the process. And I saw a group of children at the Eco Depot the other day thoroughly enjoying themselves. So I think they should be able to see the whole process, the red bin, what happens to that, what happens to the yellow bin, and also what happens to the green bin. And it's really unfortunate if they can't see that. I think seeing the process is extremely important. And so you're missing out on the education possibilities there if it's too far away and perhaps away from public transport. So I do think that it's worthwhile to consider what if people are already doing and to consider new proposals, but it would be really appreciated if we could have some oversight from perhaps a specialist unit at the council to help support and communicate with us directly in that authentic way that we used to have back in the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We actually got time for a question. Anybody?
Thanks so much for that. What do you see the possibility for community scale composting across the city to lower volumes? Is that what you're aiming for?
Well, I think it depends on availability of land. If you're talking about suburban, it's really pretty tricky because you've got neighbourhood boundaries, etc., very close neighbours, and so site size and neighbours are going to influence everything. You have to make decisions based on that. But yes, I think so. I'm very much in favour of this idea of hubs, micro hubs, and as you're going further out to the city, but so long as people are aware of the carrying capacity, and we don't want to give compost an even worse name, if that's at all possible. So we want these community facilities to be very well managed and monitored and evaluated.
Yeah, and it can't just be something that council dumps on a load of volunteers.
No,
it has to be well
definitely
supported.
not.
Yeah,
Yes,
It's not.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, you're right. You want to be careful what you wish for. You could end up with so much of it, you'd be up
That's
to your
right.
neck in it, so to speak.
We don't solicit. All of our 20 tonnes of organic waste, we process another up to 10 tonnes of inorganic is all word of mouth. I wouldn't dare solicit, especially what could be happening out in the future.
Yep.
So,
Thank you very much.
thank
Thank you. Okay, we have a submission from Ruben, one of our newest MPs. Welcome. How are you, mate?
Very well. So I'm joining you in a familiar seat today. I've delivered a few reports as chair of Te Pātaka o Rākau Hautu Banks Peninsula Community Board. But I'm here in my new role, as correctly stated, as the MP-elect for Christchurch East. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to the submission that I put in. In my time on the community board, the lessons I learned at times forcefully from the community were to engage, to listen, to consider, then to deliver, and then to repeat. And I bring these into my new role as the MP for Christchurch East, and they're also part of my request to all of you today. So, in response to the organics processing plant issues in Bromley, I launched a petition which was called Stop the Stink, and it had a really simple ask. It said, Bromley residents have been faced with odour problems from the city's organics processing plant for too long. Christchurch needs an organics processing plant that operates away from any residential areas. And people could show their support by signing the petition. Now, I shared a copy of the petition with you via my submission. And in one brief afternoon, we really quickly got easily over 100 signatures. Now, one of the things that I think is really important about that petition is that those signatures are not all from people who are directly affected by the smell, but those signatures are all from people who are residents of Christchurch and who either pay rates or would have no issue with paying increased rates to address the issue. The one thing that all those people have in common is they don't think what's happening in Bromley is fair, and they want that plant closed and moved. And everybody's aware that that has environmental impacts and that that has ratepayer impacts. So they're asking for the organics processing plant to close. Local residents are asking for the organics processing plant to close. They've waited for 14 years, and I don't think that it's reasonable for them to be kept waiting. And I think the other thing that's really important to be mindful of is that no one's asking for special treatment. The request is simply to have the same air as other suburbs and communities in Christchurch. Now, I've heard lots of different opinions on the odour from the organics processing plant. I've heard it called an odour, which is a nice polite word. I've heard it called a smell, a stink, a stench, and often there's adjectives that get put in front of those, which make it far less than polite, but I think they're pretty accurate. What I've never heard is someone saying that they'd be happy to put up with it for a little bit longer, for a few more weeks, for another summer, while we wait for the council to decide what to do about it. In a recent meeting, Councillor Harrison Hunt talked about whanaungatanga and about what your mother taught you about whanaungatanga and what that means. And she's right. Mothers usually are. It's about working in partnership, and it's about being heard, and it's about being respected. And I think option 2 is true to those values. It immediately addresses the impacted community concern, and it allows for a permanent solution to be established for the city in the future. I want to finish with a message from a local resident who had hoped to be with me today. Isla lives in Bromley. She's 9. She goes to a local school. She has a bake sale that she had to be ready for at school today, so she was unable to be here. But Isla talks about not liking the smell because she actually can't play outside or go into her garden on most days, when the organics processing plant stinks. And this means that she can't go on a tramp, means that she can't do what normal kids should be able to do on a normal day anywhere in our city. It does mean, the plus side for her, that she gets to spend a lot more time inside on her device. But that's not necessarily a great thing. I asked her if she had a message for you today, and she said she did. She said to say she thinks it's really unfair and that she would like the smell to stop. You can make that happen. So I'm asking for all of you to back option 2 for Isla, but also for the residents of Bromley who are affected by the stink from the plant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Spot on timing. Well done. Okay, so we're getting through it. This is good. Eamon? No? Okay, sorry. Paul, good to see you, mate. Hey Jackie, how are you?
Kia ora koutou. Thank you again, Mr Mayor and councillors, for hearing the submission of our community board. As I say every month, the OPP is still there and it still stinks and it needs to close. It is and it does. This, I hope, is another move towards the light at the end of the tunnel. The odour from the OPP is the most pressing issue facing our area and the most pressing issue for Bromley, in particular the people who live closest to the organics processing plant. It doesn't just affect Bromley, it regularly affects Woolston, Heathcote, Ferrymead and South Brighton. At times it can be even smelt in Hallswell. But it is at its very worst and most frequent in Bromley, particularly in the area around Bayswater Crescent. I want to make it clear that the position of the community board is that the organics processing plant must close as soon as possible. The decisions that you'll be making on 6th of December on both the transitional arrangement and the permanent arrangement must work hand in glove and achieve the fastest possible closing of the plant. Since 2009, the OPP has been polluting the air, the noses and the lungs of the people of Bromley, not to mention the dust. The board wished to acknowledge the long-suffering, tireless advocacy and dogged determination of a small group of local residents who have fought this despite being told, for the vast portion of the 14 years of the life of the OPP, that there was no odour problem. They were gaslit and let down by the council and by the regional council. The council should have never allowed the processing of curbside green waste in this location in 2009 and should have required the rebuild of the plant post-quake to be up to specification. The question still remains unanswered why the operator has not been held liable for failing to meet the conditions of the resource consent and thereby the terms of the contract. It's also unclear why Environment Canterbury took so long to respond to complaints in the community. If proper enforcement action had been taken years ago, then the City Council would have been forced to act sooner. Together, both democratic institutions have failed the people who they are supposed to represent. The board wishes to acknowledge, though, the diligent work of council staff who have been working on this matter more recently, who have also dealt with the community with grace and understanding. You didn't make this mess, but your commitment to cleaning up is in the best spirit of civil service. To get to this point, where we are discussing transition from the organics processing plant to a new facility elsewhere, has required everyone working together and listening to the community. And isn't that our job as the council? And I want to acknowledge the various elected representatives who have had the back of the community from the beginning, Yanni, and also some, when we finally got an elected ECAN, Nicole Marshall and Jenny Huey, and more recently Greg Burns, and for the back work on behalf of all the community, Deputy Mayor Pauline Cotter in particular. So the Waitai Community Board wants the OPP closed as soon as possible, and for you to take the option that best places the least impediment to the rapid and permanent closure of the Metro Place facility. The option that seems to achieve this is option 2, sending it to Cape Valley and its operator applying for an urgent resource consent variation to allow for increased truck movements on Cass Valley Road while the replacement organics processing plant is being built. I'm heartened to hear that Te Mana Ora also supports this. Sending it to the North Island doesn't make financial or environmental sense, and the only way to stop it stinking is to close it permanently. And I want to make special mention of emissions here. I understand that people are concerned about increasing emissions. It's something that I and the rest of the board care about too. But let's not forget that local residents have been paying a steep price for the reduction of Christchurch and Waimakariri's reduction in emissions for 14 years now. A few years of increased emissions isn't ideal, but it's negligible and temporary. The needs and the lives of the people in Bromley need to come first. And I say to anyone who wants to keep the plant open any longer than strictly necessary, that if they're that committed to the cause, they should move near the plant for the duration of the transition. The best outcome would be to transition to a local operator quickly, with the balance of green waste to go to Cape Valley as necessary. In December, we urge you to decide on the option that best works to stop the stink once and for all. Thank you, and happy to take questions.
Oh, good. Right. Who would like to speak, please? Oh, there's it.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Johansson first, then Councillor Templeton straight after.
In your submission, you talk about ending the odour as quickly as possible. We've had some earlier speakers talk to the fact of the contrast between how quick council put additional money on budget for the rugby stadium in a matter of a few weeks.
Now,
I just want to check.
No, I'm not. I just want to check. Keep on the subject, will you?
So, do you think the council, if we want to do it as quick as possible, do you think that we should do a special consultative procedure ahead of the LTP to support whatever short-term option we do, so that we can speed up the decision around how it's paid for?
I mean, as a process question,
we don't need another consulting process. These people have had the life consulted out of them by a very good team over here. We've got the information that we need, and we're going to make the decision.
In our document, it says that whatever option we choose, we're going to consult as part of the LTP about funding it, and that's going to be about 6 months away. What I'm asking, given that they've said do this as soon as possible, whether they'd support us doing that sooner and quicker rather than what we're currently planning on doing.
Whatever achieves the outcome is what we want. Whatever achieves the outcome.
We've done enough talking. It's time to do some doing.
That's it. It's not about how you go about it. Just go about it and get it done. You know, we're not here to tell you how to do it. Just get it done. You know,
couldn't agree with you more. Okay, have we got any other? Thank you.
Thanks so much. We've heard some submitters talk about the potential things that might happen should we choose an option that's not Cape Valley and needing contingency plans, and the fact that you can't always do that, and therefore they wanted Cape Valley. However, if we chose Cape Valley and then couldn't get the consents, we would need a contingency plan there as well. Otherwise, we would just be stuck with the status quo, which is not acceptable. What would be your backup plan should we choose Cape Valley as our option and then not be able to get that through? I mean, you're really in touch with the community. You've done an amazing job there. How do we do that?
Oh, I mean, I guess we want it to stop.
I know.
And we can't, like, if worst comes to worst, then you and council staff are going to need to come up with an option that closes the plant, because it's not sustainable for the community. You know, I mean, it's a decision that you're going to have to make. You're going to have to find a way around it. You need to put everything into getting that resource consent, and hopefully, and I guess this is the out, is that you find an option that is for taking the permanent solution that is local, and that where there can be a rapid transition to it.
Yeah.
You know, and it's the shorter that you can make. Yeah, the shorter that the plant is open, the better.
Agree. It's just that the documentation did outline some risks in trying to get the consent, and that also could be time. There's
inherent risk in every option.
Yeah.
And the council putting all its effort into getting the the quickest solution is what we
So my other question's quite different in that you guys have been really engaged with the community, and I'm just wondering whether you were in any way surprised at the results that came from the consultation from the Bromley area.
The thing is that when you say Bromley, you're talking about an area, the plant's here, and you're talking about an area like this, and the people who live closest, like if that I would
and the wind and
the wind, and that there are some people in Bromley who say that they've never smelled it, and that can be for a variety of reasons. One, it could be the location, but also like some people don't smell, like some people's sense of smell is really low. So like you needs to get a bit more granular to really get an idea of whether they guarantee you that if you went to the survey in that area that I mentioned before around Bayswater, that it would be in the 90%.
Yeah, thanks.
I think too, people have lifestyle differences. So if they're not actually working in the area, and they leave the area, they go home and they spend their time inside, then it's not going to be an issue for them.
Councillor Harrison-Hunt, we have got a tiny bit of time up our sleeve, so I'll let two more questions.
Oh,
you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
And Councillor Barb.
Tēnā kōrua. I've just got a question here based on one of the options, and option 5 was across the city was a strong advocate.
Yeah, 51%.
For going for that. But the affected Bromley residents have a really strong opinion on moving the site, which is absolutely fair. What are your thoughts on the feedback on the risk of offensive odours being very low for option 5?
It's predicated on being able to, that there being some kind of, optimum amount that the plant can process. And as one local resident says, it's, this is technology that is 100 years old. It's never been up to standard. I don't have any faith, and the local residents don't have any faith that there is an optimum amount. Obviously, less organic matter is better, but there's no good option that isn't closing it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Barb.
Thanks, Paul. As a member of the board, I fully support your presentation and the submission. Given that ECAN tend to send us notifications that the plant is non-compliant, but will also be involved with hearing the consent for the removal of waste to the landfill. What would your message be to ECAN about that?
I believe it's Hurunui that would hear that, and it would end up going to a commissioner. Because it's the plant's in Hurunui district. And,
it is.
And the consent,
Yep. No, they're the ones that do it. Yep, no problem.
So
Okay.
my message to Hurunui is do us a solid.
Yeah, pretty much.
No worries. Thank you very much for coming in once again. And with that, we'll see you all after lunch at 1:30. right on time. So we'll carry on with Hans, please. Welcome.
Hi, good day everybody. Hans is my name, Hans Janus. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. In my submission, I concentrate on the fact that I think we're talking about a green product, so I think putting it, the very idea of it was to avoid landfill. So this submission to put even, or the idea to put it temporarily in landfill is counterproductive. Equally to cart it around the country, even to the North Island, and creating a lot of CO2, and that is counterproductive to the very product. So my submission concentrated on the fact to try to find a solution where we can deal with it locally until such time as hopefully something is found close by to simply save transport costs. So I put in that submission that I was suggesting tunnel houses, the way how those things are operated, compost is put out and it needs this machine to go through to turn it regularly. And I thought if you have tunnel houses, it can catch the odor. Technically, I thought a very easy option for that is, and that is something that is absolutely readily available, is if you put rows of containers and then you get these metal spans which have a cover over it, clear cover. It's used on construction sites, so between containers you virtually create a tunnel house. So that is a technology which is used for, I don't know, many years, 20 years, something like that. So it's well approved regarding wind impacts and other things. It is also highly movable because they're containers. So if you have rows of containers, they can be adopted. And as I see at the site in Bromley, they actually have room for it now. So I think that could work. The inside of the containers, having containers would possibly also allow to put filter systems in it or have an air movement system in it to actually deal with the odors. I mean, you have virtually on the other side of the road, you have these digesters which have before been creating a lot of problems with the odor. So there is obviously, once something like that is done, there is means how you can actually completely control it. So the only thing you need to do is capture it, and that's is what my submission is about, to find a temporary solution on site until whatever the time span will be where you have a more permanent site. And thereby I think it would greatly keep costs down, because you're talking about many tons that have to be shifted every day, and that is a big cost. And even if there is no place yet established where it can be shifted to, that makes it even harder. So to spend a little bit of money compared to what the constant transport would otherwise cost on finding a solution which can work and which can be increased or decreased or shifted altogether, that would be my suggestion in this. It's just to come up with a positive way forward of keeping it local. I think that's it in a nutshell. The other thing what I was addressing is if it needs to be transported over longer distances, I think it'll be possibly an idea to look at making use of the rail network, because again, it's probably a more environmentally friendly option than using trucks. That is if you're looking at longer distances. But as I say, my main focus is to keep it where it is and find a solution until the time, and I think you pointed out that might be 3-4 years or so, where it hopefully also can be treated close to Christchurch, again to save transport costs. I mean, it's every day there's all the green bag things sort of get collected there, and it's a lot of stuff. Yes, I think that's it.
Okay, Councillor Fields, you've got a question.
Any questions?
Thank you. Thanks. Kia ora, Hans. Thanks
Yes.
for making the effort to come through today. I really appreciate that. So just in terms of the solution, do you have any locations or examples where it has worked well, that just off the top of your head? No worries if you don't, but just where a solution like that, because you say the technology has been existed for some time. Do you know?
You mean
where?
with containers?
Yeah, like as you've described it, where's it working well?
I think if you look around, you see that a lot, especially where. Oh yeah, everywhere. It's a lot of like Fulton Hogan, all these big companies on their yards. They have containers because they're a very easy lock up thing, and so then it's just sort of big metal struts which get bolted on top of the containers. So the containers are the anchor and hold the superstructure. And then that can be covered either with a see-through or with usually you use tarpaulins. And so I think that could be reasonably well sealed. No? And then you just need something at the end, and you can have gates like, when you go to Pack and Save, between the cool store, they have these hanging curtains of plastic. So machinery can go through and it immediately closes again. So it's just a matter to find a inexpensive solution for it. And so that is always the best, is not to try to reinvent the wheel, but go to something which is actually there and can virtually be bought off the shelf.
Thank you.
And as I say, it's capturing is one thing of it. But then I think if you really want to get rid of the odors, you need to somehow treat them. I don't know how you can do it, if you have special filters for it or whatsoever. I'm sure that technology is there as well. And that could easily be accommodated in the containers because they are empty. So, because all they are doing is actually holding the superstructure. But you have plenty of place, and you can make these alleys, as you could say. You can make them longer, shorter, have more side by side. It's very flexible, very adaptable to any location. And even if you come up with a good system which works, then actually all you need is another site, and you can actually do the same thing or sophisticated.
Thank you, Hans. That's a really good answer. Thank you very much. We're running out of time, so thank you for coming in and talking to us.
Good.
Well, thank you.
Enjoy.
Well done.
Thank
See
you.
ya.
Yes.
Okay, so now we have Darren, please. Welcome.
Alrighty, thank you very much for the chance to come and speak today. I am speaking, it's my submission, but made on behalf of Intelligro. We are a large-scale manufacturer of compost on the outskirts of Christchurch, doing it for over 40 years. It is our view that the public consultation options put forward on the table are poor, based on the following points. From an environmental point of view, they're poor. Green waste should never ever be buried in the ground. It should be composted and reused to enhance the environment. It's poor alignment with the sustainable policies put in place by government. Poor alignment with the policies around the minimisation of waste. It is poor from a greenhouse gas emissions point of view. It is poor financially. The interim report in July states anywhere from $32 million to $166 million of ratepayers' money, could be used, and it's poor for the people of Christchurch. The fifth option to remain at the OPP with an additional screen is even worse. A new screen will not guarantee solving of the odour issue. The risk of further offensive odour here was ranked in the July report as medium to high. The highest ranked feedback from Bromley residents presented is that they want the curbside organics process to be sent to an alternative composting plant. Feedback was the same across all submitters. Cape Valley has been talked about, but it is also poor for the above reasons. Cape Valley is also no guaranteed option. They have to obtain resource consent or transport consent for a large increase in truck movements to take all 60,000 tonnes. It is a poor option because it will be a deterrent to the people of Christchurch using their green bins as intended correctly for the next 5 years. This could lead to an increased contamination once the permanent facility is operational. As they say, people's habits are hard to change. It is no wonder that 70% of submitters preferred sending all curbside organics to a South Island processor if one became available. Well, Intelligro is a South Island processor, and we have a solution. I note our solution is not our current facility. It is a brand new facility away from everybody else. Now, I'm not here to make a sales pitch. I've been warned by council staff this is not the time or place to make one. This is just a summary of my submission. We were engaged by council regarding our solution to the OPP a few months leading up to the June report, and then mentioned again in the July interim report to councillors. We were well ranked, but apparently required further information. We have a great solution, but it has been ignored up until now. Why weren't the public given the opportunity to vote on our submission and what we had to say? It's been 3.5 years since the council knew without a doubt that the OPP was affecting residents. 2 years have passed since you councillors voted to move the plant. Action is needed now. On this issue, I believe council need to change their behaviour, their processes, and change the way they think. You owe it to the very people that elected you to this position to make a difference when they so badly need a solution. Please do the right thing. So thank you for listening to my submission. If you have any questions?
Okay, Councillor Peters, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was intrigued in your submission to see that you may have a solution for us and that it may not cost us an arm, a leg and firstborn child. Can you expand on that at all?
I can provide a brief summary of what our solution was that was included in that July report. We proposed a brand new composting plant well away from our existing operation and away from sensitive receptors. We're aware that there's no point putting a plant somewhere where people are going to keep smelling it. Compost will be done properly. The plant will be designed by an industry-leading company using state-of-the-art technology to minimise any offensive odours. We're run by people who've been composting for a long time. It could be operational within 12 months of having ECAN granting consent. Now that gives the people of Christchurch a huge win. Now this is an interim solution. It will be operational as long as the Christchurch people need it for. We know that the permanent solution is operational 2027 to 2029, and the numbers being bandied around, and conservatively, who knows. It also gives the City of Christchurch a great plan B if that new facility was ever incapacitated. As I said, we'll be able to take 80,000 tonnes a year. That's more than the city currently produces, and based on the current numbers, it's probably good for 50 years at that volumes. I believe, as part of Intelligro, that it is in the public's best interest that the council further engage with us on the solution. We're not part of the current tender for the permanent solution, but we've got a pretty damn good opportunity to help the people out.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison-Hunt. And then Councillor Kieran, and then we're done.
Great. Get it down. How are you? Hey, I've just got a question around your submission, and you said there's potential in working in or expediting a consent to be able to put that in. Can you elaborate a bit more on that?
I have seen that ECAN in the past have, in some of their powers, have been able to issue emergency consents and work in progress consents to allow work to undertake with the view that things will be put forward down the track. We know that consents process is long. We're currently going through it in Intelligro at the moment. We're 8 months into an amendment to consent. My comment to that was that we believe that if ECAN are really serious and the Christchurch City Council are really serious that this problem needs to be addressed and moved, then we don't feel there's a reason why they couldn't come to the party, so to speak, to help this out for an interim solution while a permanent consent was granted.
Okay, and you've got a parcel of land ready to go?
We have several parcels of land that are an option to us. Again, chicken and egg situation. We can't move forward with serious negotiations on those land areas until we know that the council is serious. However, we have indications from the people who own the land that they are open to us putting a facility onto the site.
Okay, don't give me a number, but you'd like a capital investment to be able to build this facility to be able to take this material? We would need capital investment, that's correct. And we feel that any capital investment could be obtained by gate fees. The dumping gate fees, it would be no more than what the current amount of money is taken from the rates bill for the operation of the OPP. So essentially that the money set aside for the OPP operation would help, yes, it would help fund our facility through the gate fees. Which would be shared by Selwyn and Christchurch, is what you're saying?
We would be offering first to Christchurch City Council, And then if there was a need to take more waste from other areas, then we'd look at that as well.
Okay, cheers, mate.
Councillor Kewen, and I'm just letting this go a bit longer because it's interesting.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thanks, Darren. So, just to be clear, you're saying that we could get a better environmental outcome and not have it near the people in Bromley at the same cost that it's already costing us. But what would be the fastest, if there was the help on the consent, what is the fastest we could be not operating at Bromley and impacting on those neighbours, even if we ask for ministerial intervention?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Aaron.
What's the fastest
Sorry?
that could be?
Oh, sorry, can't hear what he's...
What's the fastest that could be? When's the soonest this thing could be open?
Assuming that we would have assistance with a consent, we could be operational within 12 months.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's good. I've let time go on a wee bit fast.
That's fine.
Thank you for
Awesome.
your
Thanks for your time, guys.
Thank you. Okie doke. So, Diane, please.
Hello.
Oh.
I think the people of Christchurch East has been forgotten in many ways, and this issue needs to be resolved as quickly as possible, but also the greatest cost-effective way and, you know, the less smell involved. And I thought that was number 5, so that's what I chose. But related to this decision and many decisions is the way that you calculate your emissions. And so that's how I wanted to introduce Professor Miles Allen's work on methane. So Professor Allen is from Oxford University with a lot of credentials behind him, too many to list here. And he's also had lead roles in the IPCC. He's very concerned about climate change, which is the driving force for him to get things right. So with him and his team, they submitted a paper in 2018 called A Solution to the Misrepresentation of CO2 Equivalent Emissions of Short-Lived Climate Pollutants Under Ambitious Mitigation. So that's a big mouthful, but there is some links to some little YouTube things he speaks to, you know, cattle breeders in Britain, and there's also ones in Australia that can explain his views more clearly than having to read this whole paper. But the paper is not simply rubber-stamped, peer-reviewed like so many are these days, but it was taken apart, thoroughly dissected, and ripped apart trying to disprove it. But it was finally approved by the 6th assessment report of the IPCC in 2021. In the report, it explains the fact that methane is a very different gas from CO2. It doesn't accumulate in the atmosphere, but breaks down in about 10 years' time. Professor Allen states that we've been misrepresenting the warming effect of methane as CO2 equivalent, saying that it is 28 times higher is wrongly done, when in fact it is a much, much lower rate because of the way it dissipates. And anyway, you have to watch his video. I can't explain it in a few minutes here. He mentions that it is, if there's no new sources of methane introduced, then there's no more warming effect from the methane. So in the case of ruminants, you know, cows are often the big baddie, but ruminants is a whole category of animals, including deer and sheep and all kinds of animals. If there's no natural change, if there's a natural change to their diet with introduction of weed called plantain and or seaweed, both have been proven to significantly reduce methane in ruminants, then this will cause a cooling effect. Another way, of course, is reducing herd numbers. So just as a side note, there's many sources of methane. So landfill is one, rice fields is another big producer. So are wetlands, as well as the ruminants. So if council feels methane is a huge issue, then it might want to think again about returning the eastern part of the red zone into a wetland. Now, personally, I don't have a problem with this because wetlands have a lot of positive effects on the environment. So it's not a big problem with me. But if you're going to count methane in your decision making, then you also have to include the methane from wetlands. That's, you have to be fair. But anyway, so Professor Allen and his colleagues have suggested a global warming potential be used to calculate methane rather than using the wholly inaccurate CO2 equivalent that has been used to date. So I feel the council has a great opportunity to be a lead in this method that's been endorsed by the IPCC, because something that so far the central government has overlooked this. So I think it's time that, we become more up to date. If we're really serious about the climate, we have to get things right. So I did have a practical solution as well here, but if you have any questions.
Yes, anyone got any questions? No, not at the moment. You've still got 50.
Okay, well, the other issue was just about the change. If council is concerned about the changing weather patterns and the rise of water levels, why are you considering committing millions to a new library next to a river with unstable land and likely to flood according to your projections? The people of Christchurch South deserve a library that will last for years and one that does not put excessive burdens on the rest of Christchurch ratepayers by needing massive amounts of land remediation before the building even begins. The Upper Rickerton Library is a great example of sharing land usage between a school and the public and could be explored with Cashmere High School, which is a few blocks away. The land next to the river could be used as a sustainability zone with a food forest and composting, community composting on site to encourage smaller, it's not going to relieve the whole problem, but just to encourage people to do their own composting. And you could have a little shed there to upcycle materials as well, repairing them. So.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good on you. See you later. Right. Keely, please. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't have any notes and I'm not very well prepared. But to me, the problem seemed to just be rather simple in that you're trying to mitigate or resolve the issue of the odour at the same time as deal with the issue of green waste from a city without having any other impacts. And I come from the position of both a home gardener but also having studied as an ecologist. And I know that nature has a great way. Nature has a compost. Every time you walk into the bush and you go and you smell that beautiful smell, that is composting. And composting is a process that involves, it's a natural system. And I wonder if there's an issue with odour in the system that's being used, it's an issue within that process. And so instead of chucking out the whole idea and just sending it to Cape Valley where it rots, if you've got something that's causing an odour, it's not a composting process, that's a rotting process that's going on. So there's something that's turning composting into rotting to produce that odour. So you need to shift it back towards composting. So you need to take, I'm not a process engineer, but to me, process engineers, I don't know a lot about the facility, but I understand that it has in-vessel tunnels that deal with a portion of it. My understanding of that system is that it's designed to take care of the composting conditions and take care of the odour. So maybe there's an issue with the filtering of the biofilters there that needs to be done better. Or the other thing is maybe once it gets out into the windrows, I know in my compost or if too much water gets in, things rot instead of, and that's where you get terrible odours instead of composting, which is a natural living process. So maybe it's as simple as putting a roof over it. I don't know what the solutions are, but to me, instead of trucking it somewhere, putting it in a hole, spending millions, look at the process that's already going on and tweak it to give you those outcomes. I would be really concerned about the odour if I was a resident in Bromley, and so I'm not saying to minimise anybody's concerns, but to address all those concerns, but to address them within that process that's happening. Yeah, and somehow fix that process, because composting and breaking down of organic materials is a natural process that shouldn't have all these odours. And I know that on a large scale in an industrial facility, it's not like the forest floor, but somehow we, bring in elements of the forest floor and put it in the system. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Cotter.
Yeah, I just want to ask you a question. I don't know if you can answer this, but putting putrescible, is it? Putrescible.
Yep.
Or removing the putrescibles. Do you think the putrescibles
could make the compost out there smell?
Oh, definitely. But then if you add, like if you've got putrescibles and things, if you've got too much wet stuff, you need to add dry stuff. So you might need to actually buy in and bring in woody material to add in
Yeah, I think
to
we've
get the
been
balance
doing that.
right.
Okay,
Right.
so what you're saying is you can put putrescibles in and not have a smell so long as you get the recipe right.
Yeah, and especially if you're doing that in the in vessel thing, if it's an enclosed, I don't know whether it's tunnel houses that they use.
Yeah, it is. It's big concrete bins, first stage.
But if it's in vessel, an in vessel system should be an enclosed system.
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
Enclosed
and
doors.
so then you have to have somewhere where the odours come out of.
Yeah, they come out and they go through a biofilter.
Yeah, so maybe the biofilter needs to be better, or the mixture in the thing needs to be different. I don't know. I'm not a process engineer.
Okay, thank you. That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Keely. That's very good. Thanks for coming
Thank
in.
you. See you.
Okie doke. Caitlin, please.
Kia ora, ko Caitlin Lamb tuku ingoa. I am a compost educator and an organic market gardener. And how we process our organic waste greatly impacts on soil and food quality, as well as on human health, which is why I am interested in the options for organic waste processing in Otatahi, Christchurch. The options I support for organic waste processing is partial processing at Living Earth, as well as alternative processing. I support partial processing, but decreasing the amount processed there, as it should reduce the smell. I also support this as the infrastructure is already invested in, so we should continue to use it in a smart way. And I've also heard from people who used to work there that when Living Earth was designed, it wasn't designed for future growth, so there's too much materials being processed there, and that's why we should reduce the amount, because it's not composted enough when it goes outside, and that's why it smells. Monopoly effect of ownership. Having more organic waste processing plants around the city also increase climate change resilience, as there would be less carbon miles, and creates the opportunity for consumer education, which would reduce contamination and get rid of out of sight, out of mind mindset. Extreme Zero Waste in Raglan and Kaicycle in Wellington are great examples of organic waste processing in a decentralised way with amazing education for the community. So I recommend looking into that. There's great examples around Aotearoa, New Zealand, of what we could do in Christchurch, and I think we should definitely look into this, please. And finally, the issue of organic waste processing creates an opportunity to investigate the microplastic contamination at Living Earth. This is a huge problem in centralised composting systems and needs to be taken seriously. Otherwise, it contaminates our soil and our food, which contaminates us, humans, who eats the food. For example, an organic market garden that I know of purchases Living Earth compost, which could be contaminating their soils, therefore the food, therefore the consumers. To conclude, I support the continuation of organic waste processing at Living Earth, but the materials processed there must be reduced in order to reduce smell. This presents the opportunity to diverse the organic waste processing system with more constructed around the city, such as Extreme Zero Waste and Kaicycle. Lastly, the need to investigate microplastic contamination at Living Earth is urgent. Happy to take questions.
And Councillor Johansson, please.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your time and your submission. Just interested in the microplastics issue.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a sense of what sort of cost or what sort of process we would best to be looking at to do that sort of audit?
Yep, so I don't know about an audit, but I was told that the screening of like the contamination from the green bins happens after the composting process has occurred rather than before, which I've heard is because it's more expensive to do it before, which means in the composting process all that plastic is being broken down with the organic materials, therefore microplastics are entering into the compost. So perhaps a pre-screening before composting could be looked into.
Okay, Councillor Cotter.
Mr Mayor, you might know, but I'm pretty sure it is pre-screened It all goes up. Have you been out there? It all goes up on a big conveyor belt, and all the plastic and metals and all sorts of things are taken out before it's composted. Yeah, I recall
All the
that.
you're talking about all the stuff goes from Living Earth?
Yes, it goes up on a conveyor belt, and
We
all
can
the
get some
stuff's pulled
information
out.
They'll get some
Because they get some incredible things in those green bins that shouldn't be there. Yeah, just letting you know.
Okay, doke. We've got it. Thank you very much for coming in.
Cool.
Good
Kia
on you.
ora.
Okay, Annette, please.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm the manager of the Bromley Community Centre, and we have been hugely impacted by the ongoing stench. So today, I've been listening in on live stream, and I know there's been lots of technical arguments going back and forth, but I want to speak about the human cost to our community. I'm in daily contact with those in our community who are impacted by the stench. They're exhausted. They're in despair. They're ground down. They just don't have the energy to fight. They're having never-ending stress of having to cope with the continuing smell and the impact it has on their daily lives, and some are at breaking point. Despite the plant taking steps to mitigate the odour, it still persists. A resident told me this morning that last night about 8 p.m, they were forced inside due to the putrid stench. It was so bad they would have gagged on the odour if they had remained outside. They were unable even to leave the back door open so they could run their dryer and avoid condensation in the house. It is impacting our residents in every way possible for normal, everyday situations that we all have to deal with. Parents are unable to walk their children to school because of the smell. It is just too bad. But for some parents who don't have transport, who can't get the car out and take their child to school, they have to walk their children to school or to kindy, breathing in that smell. It's not good enough. The asthmatics in our area are also deeply affected. They tell me that when the odour is strong, they are unable to breathe properly. The smell catches in their throat, and so begins the coughing and the reaching for the inhaler. I am in favour of the Cape Valley option. Every other option means that the OPP plant stays open to some degree while a long-term solution is put in place. This means the potential for the community to have to endure yet more obnoxious odours from the plant remains. While the plant remains open, it creates fear in the residents. Fear that this situation will never be resolved. For some, there is fear of what is in the air they are breathing in. We were warned when working with compost to wear a mask to mitigate the likelihood of contracting Legionnaire's disease. Their fear of contracting Legionnaires through the airborne particles of dust they breathe in is very real. There is fear that if the plant remains open, their health will continue to suffer. This results in visits to the doctors and doctors' fees. And this adds to the worry of how do they survive on a very limited income anyhow, coupled with the fact that for many in our area, some are having to wait a week, if not 2, to get an appointment to see a medical specialist. There is fear of how the ongoing stench is affecting house prices for those that may want to downsize or move. There is a fear of having to endure another Christmas day, not knowing whether they can entertain family outside or not. And I want to speak about the users of the centre. I want to know that they are able to celebrate when they use our centre, whether it be for a 21st birthday, a wedding reception, that they can celebrate without the stench impacting on their enjoyment of the day. For some, it's a very special day. We have funerals at the centre and headstone unveilings. They are grieving, they are coping with so much, and yet they have to cope with the stench as well. This is not fair on our community. We hold community events. We have things like Christmas in the Brom, our fair, Matariki events. We want to be able to hold these without the smell impacting on us, our enjoyment. I believe that you on the council stood for council because you wanted to be able to make a positive difference to the lives of the people in Christchurch, and because you wanted to make this city a great place to live in. The reality is that for the people of Bromley, at the moment, this is not the case. They are not feeling Christchurch as a great city to live in. I am asking you to make the right decision to close the plant immediately so that the suburb of Bromley is no longer defined as the suburb with the smell, but it is defined as a suburb where people can enjoy their life and have quality of life and enjoy clean air like the rest of Christchurch. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. That was a very, very good submission. Thank you. Very, very good. Passionate. Thank you. Ellen, please.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for having me in your chamber today. There should be an overhead go up on the screen that's got sprung by numbers on it. It's don't need it straight away to be good if it can arrive there. Oh yeah, not that one. It's the one with the blue look. Oh, we'll see how we go. Yeah, that's it. That's it. So, short presentation. Green bin organics. I'm here to share with you a view I have and a passion I have for the city and how to sort out a long-term issue that council have been struggling with, I think. And I've got a unique building system with clear span interiors that, if part of the solution going forward is to cover green bin organics, then this is should be held in consideration for how to do that. Others have attempted to copy sprung structures, and you can see it on the screen up there. The building system comes out of Calgary in Canada, and they have a branch down in the United States as well, in Utah. Others have tried to copy it, but they've been unable to do so. Sprung started 140 years ago as a family business, and it's still a family business. And they've had a 40-year patent on a building system that is an aluminium frame and has membrane structure to infill. You can take a look at it and say that's a tent. Well, it isn't a tent. It can go around corners. It can go 300 metres long if you need it to do that, and it can clear span 48.6 metres. Council have known about sprung structures for some time. There are two in Christchurch now. One's on Rafidi, that's an open-sided canopy for sport. But there is one pretty similar to what I think may be considered if you decide you need to go with a building or buildings at some stage, and that's out at next to Lewis's Furniture opposite the Wigram entrance. It's the King's Swim School, and that's fully enclosed, a conditioned and managed environment inside, and it's got 23 centimetres of insulation in it, and it's airtight. On this screen up there, there's a couple of things that I'll just highlight, and you may be able to get a hard copy of that going forward. But Sprung's done 12,500 buildings around the world. That's why I'm That's why I'm very interested and keen on them. I'm not on their payroll, but I am interested in promoting their use in New Zealand. So 12,500 structures in over 100 countries, and there's 2 in Christchurch. Their efficiency is at R30. Now, on a BAT scale, that's equivalent to about R7. It's a North American number. But there's less than 2% air leakage. Ideal for ice rinks and for swimming pools, and for a use that you need to control the environment. If council is looking for a solution for green waste or green bin organics, then the environment can be controlled. If you put a tin shed up, where the roof meets the walls, where the windows are and where the doors are, there'll be leakages around the seams. That won't happen with a sprung structure that's fully enclosed and you can control the environment. I'm not here to promote how that environment should be built inside or what equipment you put inside. I'm here to promote a building system that will withstand hurricane winds. There's plenty of evidence in the Caribbean and even closer to home in Vanuatu a few years ago, where most of the rest of the town and the cities fall over, but Sprung don't. They stand hurricane force winds. They endure 60 degrees Fahrenheit below, minus 60 degrees Fahrenheit to 122 degrees of Fahrenheit in a positive manner. That's Fahrenheit, so the numbers look bigger, but they're pretty impressive all the same. It's certified flame retardant. You get a 25-year warranty, up to a 25-year warranty on your membrane. You may have a short-term requirement for a building over green bin organics, but you can relocate. You can relocate that building. You can reuse it for another matter. You don't need to, and you've got a 50-year warranty on the structure. There'll be no maintenance on that.
How are you going?
I'm pretty much finished, really. I just think that when you get to a situation where you're making decisions, if buildings are required, it should be considered seriously.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming and telling us.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, Doug, please. All right. Waiting patiently there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is this going?
Yep.
Yeah.
If it's green, it's going.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I came to this meeting, a meeting similar to this in June, and I was actually quite encouraged by the attitude of you, but it seems there's a disconnect between the elected members and the actions of the non-elected members, because I'm certainly no further ahead. It seems like I've got a trail of emails, which some have been replied to, some haven't been replied to, but it seems there's a problem with my brother and I have a solution to this, and we just basically, before we start, we just want to be assured that what we bring, we will get the credit for. And there seems to be, and part of this was in a non-disclosure agreement, which basically the contentious point is that, I'll just quote it, the council wishes to have the proposed discussions with the Williamsons to assess the efficacy of their recommended solution to the odour emanating from the plant. And then clause 2, each party will use the confidential information only for the purpose of assessing the Williamsons' recommended solution to the odour problem, and the council agreed not to adopt, in part or whole, the proposed solution without first obtaining the written consent of the Williamsons and agreeing to the commercial terms for its use. Now, there seems to be a problem with that from the council side, and I just can't see what the problem is, because the council have nothing to lose by agreeing to that. And we will put a complete proposal which will solve the problem, that will bring the plant back to what it was originally designed to do. Now, that will solve everybody's problem because it will make it so much easier to move it. If the council can show that the plant can operate without causing a nuisance to the environment and other neighbours, well, it'll make it easier to move it. So I'm just wondering what part of what we're saying is unreasonable and why. So that's basically why I've come here today.
Okay, has anyone got any questions, please? Oh, Andre.
Thank you for coming in. Yeah, you've been talking about a solution for some years, both about the organics plant and the wastewater plant.
That's correct, yeah.
And last time you spoke to us, it was talking about it's not about money, it's just that when you put your proposal forward, or your solution, you would like the credit for it. Fair enough.
Wow.
So if we can agree that you are given the credit, are you happy to tell us what the solution is? Because we've got 4 weeks up our sleeve. The people of Bromley want a solution. The people of Christchurch want a solution. If we agree to give you the credit, can you tell us a solution?
But what is the credit though? Basically,
well, this is it. We've got 4 weeks up our sleeve. We need to know
like
what the credit
basically,
you're wanting is.
like I'm not coming here in anything to do with money.
Cool,
right? But you have to realise that if something's worth something, I want a proportion of it.
So it is about money.
Well, primarily it's not about money.
Yeah, understood. Yeah.
But
we've got 4 weeks up our sleeve. We need to know the solutions.
But like in my dealings with the council organisations, I find them incredibly ruthless. Right.
Yeah.
So
you're not prepared to tell us the solution today?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, righto. Any more questions? No, we're all good. Thank you very much for coming in.
Okay.
Good on you, mate. Okay, now we're down to Alison, please. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Afternoon, everybody. I prefer to stand if you mind, don't mind. Is that right? Look, I've been in recycling and conservation for 40 years. One time we challenged the then, what was it called, Town Country Planning Act, and we won. So we've got a bit of street cred. The thing is about Bromley and composting, really at the moment, is the flagship of recycling. It's all we've got to put bales of paper in a storeroom somewhere, aluminium or anything else. But recycling, it's a winner because you do it, you put it in, you bring it out, and you put it on your garden or wherever you do it. It's a winner, and people believe in it. So you can't stop it for a second. So there, right? Now, I'll give you a wee history here. I don't know, you're not old enough. Well, you're not. You don't remember the Bexley tip, do you?
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. Well, you see that, I mean, that was about as Goma in South Africa or, I don't know, Thailand or somewhere. It's a disgrace. And then on the one side, that's the east side, right?
We used to come back with more stuff than we took down there.
Take your point. On the other side, you had the glue factory and the tannery and stuff. I tell you, the stink was hellish. It became legendary. But it's not like that now. These things were being changed. It was getting better, and good old Mr. Castles has helped and stuff, and I know, I bless him. And it really, the concept of the stench became a bit of a legend. But then you made this awful error. It wasn't your fault. Somebody burnt the digesters down. Mm-hmm. Now I was in the I was on wastewater working party for about 3 or 4 years, in early 2002 or 3 or 4, somewhere around there. I've been right through the organisation. It was sweet, as was the whole of the sewage department. It was all sweet. You know, the smell wasn't really there. The point is, composting doesn't need to be like that. It's sweet. I'm sure some of you are gardeners. So you've got to think like that, and you can't move it because it's close enough. If you moved it out to Quail Island, because I was part of Quail Island, McLean's Island, nobody would go there. Goodness me, I wouldn't take a trailer out, it's too far. That's what people think. It's part of our community. And from composting, we move on to the other parts of recycling and waste management. And that's what you've got to do. One thing I would do is that I'd move the red bin stuff out of the way, because there's no interface there with people. There used to be. You used to burrow into the stuff. But you don't now. You can't get into it. That is smelly. And that shouldn't be there. But the composting plant, I stand by this, has to stay there close to society. Now, I know, I'm with the Bromley people, I know what they put up with, but the concept of the stench was made worse by, why didn't somebody like Phil get in with his digger straight away? Yes, mea culpa, mea culpa. That's what you should have done. That's what, direct action. Well, it didn't happen. It was bureaucracy. And let's not go over that again, but that's what happened, and the stench got worse, and everybody thought what it used to be like, which it wasn't like that in 2000, but it became as though it was. And here we are now. All I can say is keep the Bromley plant there, encourage, and the 2 words I'm going to say to you, get rid of the concept of waste, because waste is a resource, it's an asset. Now, we got this through, and it was Bob Parker, dear soul, I know he's really well, ill. But he insisted on getting the pipe from the waste party out to Pegasus Bay, because he wanted it on his, what do you call those things? You put it and say how important I am. CV. That was fine, but it was the wrong thing to do. But we did manage to get further through that to say that all this waste, all this sewage, everything else is an asset, a resource, and that's where we've got to be. Stop talking about waste management right across. Talk about resource management, and then we're getting somewhere. But please, we've got to keep operating the Bromley plant where it is. People are not going to go further out. I've been doing this stuff for a long, long time. We've had a few victories, but I want this to be a victory too. I really do.
Excellent.
So, see what you can do, right? Good on you.
Thank you for our history lesson.
Here we are.
And pointing out all the old people who knew what the Bexley dump was. And he was old.
You're criticising the pension.
Thank you very much for coming in.
No
very good.
problem at all.
Thank you.
I'll hold it away.
Okie doke. So what we will have now is a 5 or 10 minute cup of tea break, and then we'll reconvene for staff to come back and to table answer some questions if we have got some of them. So. Jake's got to go somewhere.
Oh, good. Okay.
I think. Right. Okay. Now, I'm just going to ask if there's any burning issues of staff that they want to have a quick yarn to, but we are going to get a lot more information in the paper that comes to us next week. So whether you want to just have a yarn to them on the quiet to allay any of your fears, or if you've got something you want to bring up now, you're more than welcome to. But I think we're going to get a lot more response after these guys have heard what they've heard today next week. So does anyone want to? Councillor Peters?
Thank you. Keen to explore further the opportunity with IntelliGrow that was spoken about by Darren today. Is there anything further on that that you could enlighten us?
Come to you an interim solution. It will talk to you about the opportunities, how we would deliver the interim solution, whether it's through the existing contract and a variation or whether it's going to the market. And we will talk to that comment. I mean, the point I would note there, and Darren confirmed it, is he's a minimum of 12 months to get a consent, and then he then potentially only has a commercial opportunity for a short number of years for the volume. So it's not a big commercial opportunity in terms of getting a rate of return for any investment that he makes. So it's challenging.
Okay. Councillor Moore?
Sorry, the 12 months. You mentioned, my understanding was 12 months after obtaining a consent, as opposed to 12 months total.
It was after obtaining a consent. Well, I might be wrong. What I heard was it could take him up to 12 months to get the consent. Did you hear that differently? Or?
12 months to get it up and running was my understanding, but you need a consent before getting up and running.
Yes.
And it, yeah, and
we can check that.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Then you would launch into your building or whatever your construction program is.
Yeah. So if it took a year for consent, so we're looking, still a couple of years down the track.
Yeah. The interim solution is only really for up to the 27 to 29 period. So it's only really, it could be as short as a 3-year window.
Thank you.
Okay, does that more or less allay it up, Councillor Scandrett?
I guess it's a pity the other presentation that Mr. Doreen brought and has on the slides wasn't actually the one he talked to, because looking at that, with the pictures on the page 23 and 26 or whatever, it's got big covered areas with front-end loaders, etc. So in an interim situation, can we get some idea of if that would be a solution in the short term with regards to kind of containing the odour, which is obviously the main issue here?
So in terms of the structure, the main challenge with the odour is if the window... There we go. That's right. Yeah, we're on. Green for go. Yeah, look, the main challenge is the structure of the windrow and the makeup of the windrow to get the air into that processing. If you can achieve that, then you go back to what the lady said about aerobic. You get aerobic composting, and you'll get a compost smell, but not the nastier, more pungent smell. So in terms of the structures, it's a large area at Bromley to cover that whole area. The structure would also have to allow the plant and equipment, whether it was a windrow turner or mobile plant, to get in and actually turn the windrow. But the key here is not just to lock the building and make it airtight, it's actually to process the windrow correctly so you don't get the odour in the first place. So that's really the focal point, and that's the challenge from the tunnels, that they fundamentally aren't
getting enough of the processing into the material at stage 1. So when we bring it outside, that's where we've had the majority of the odours coming from the maturing of the stockpiles outside. So that's really what we want to avoid. Putting them in a tunnel outside, I don't think would fundamentally solve the issue.
Councillor Cotter?
I'm just thinking, Mr. Mayor, because we've been down this track quite intensely previously, I think 2018, when we looked at covering it, it might be a good idea to circulate that report to councillors to have a look at prior to next week's meeting, so that we know that we've been down that track and we had some costings, including we looked at that sprung technology as well, I believe. I just think it might be a good idea, so we're not actually going over all that again. It doesn't mean people can't pick it up as an option, it just means we've got the information.
Just get it back in front of our eyes.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. Oh, Councillor Johansson. Oh, sorry, Councillor Harrison Hunt was before you.
I think.
And he's bigger than you,
Just a question, just for public knowledge, because it has come up quite a lot in their submissions. What are we currently doing in the space of encouraging or educating our public to compost at home? Okay, so we can provide that next week? Great. The next question was on the feasibility of Hans's submission around using the heavy rail network, potentially to go to Cape Valley, if there is any rail networks that go out those ways. What's the feasibility of it? Is one of the questions I had.
There's a couple of things there. One, you would need, obviously, you need the railhead infrastructure, which will no doubt have a landing point somewhere in Christchurch, if not more than one. But you would need the equivalent at the other end to take the containers off.
Of course.
The other issue would be the availability of containers and having, you need basically double containers in the system as well. So by way of example, we used to send glass to the furnace in Auckland by train, but that was discontinued because the capacity on the railway is limited. So anything that's regarded as a waste or a less paying product doesn't take as much priority as the other freight. So there's capacity as well from Kiwi Rail. Could they cope with however many containers 60,000 tonnes of compost would be?
Yep. Okay. The next question is around Darren's submission from IntelliGrow, and he did talk about an expedition of consent with ECAN. What are the, I mean, it sounds like a pretty special case to get an emergency consent done for 60,000 tonne. Can you elaborate a bit more on that, on the how likely it is to be able to get something like that?
No, I think we need to get advice from the regulatory department. I mean, these sort of things, as you say, are not common practice.
Yep.
If a facility, was taken out of action or burnt down, then there might be a process you could go through to bring something back online. But this is not quite the same scenario. Yeah, we've got a major problem, we want to solve it, but we still have a processing facility, albeit with the challenges it's producing.
So there, other than the advice that you're going to look for,
yeah,
there is a real potential that it won't actually be allowed. Okay. And sorry, Mr. Mayor, I've got a couple of...
You're not sorry at all,
thanks.
you're just going on and on.
Yeah. I'm just trying to nut these out because there's going to be a lot of public questions around
Go for your
this
life, mate. No, I'm
and the
winding you up.
feasibility. And there was one more. I was trying to find it. If we can get some advice back on that Nelson Council deputation from Tammy. She said that Nelson's doing some alternative things outside of this. That'd be great. Thank you.
Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, I'm not sorry, by the way.
You're right.
Thank you. I was particularly interested in getting a more detailed response to Te Mana Ora's submission, particularly where in their submission on page 68, they talk through what we've done, the changes that we've made since the non-compliance, and I mean they sort of talk about the screening process therefore has greater potential to cause more odours than previous. They talk about the fines that are being done, say there's no assessment of the potential for odour from land spreading the fines and any contribution this may make to odour. They talk about the tailings increased to 70% as the volume of fines is reduced to 30, and also that the volume of tailings increased 70% of the material compared to 50 previously. They go on to talk about the time in the tunnels, and I guess it just struck me as quite alarming that the changes that we made when we got the abatement notice have possibly made the problem worse, which would kind of be backed up with the complaints that we've been getting and the increased notices of non-compliance. So are we going to have a more detailed sort of response to the quite technical concerns that they've raised?
We can provide that, yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I wonder if we need to make some interim decisions around what we've done with the existing modifications, what our role is as council versus the operator. So I think it would be quite helpful just to have a really good response to what being said. I'm really interested in what's happening with the Pretresables. We've got a former council staff member who used to work in this department saying that that would have a significant impact on reducing the odour in terms of the risk of the odour from the Pretresables. We've got PDP saying they don't see that as being something that would help. How can we resolve that difference that people have got around the Pretresables?
The Pretresable situation it goes back to the processing. If you were feeding the plant with a green waste stock, you would have a much different overall odour profile. So the fundamental challenge is because it's food only and green waste only. It's the feedstock that goes into the system that is the challenge. So I'm not sure what clarity are you looking for?
So if we said to people, we'll no longer take Pretresables, so you just put that in the red bin or compost it at home, whatever, or down the food incinerator, for those lucky enough to have those, what contribution would that make to reducing the risk of the odour?
I mean, the answer I can give you is to say we'll get advice on it, but the reality is that you would have challenges associated with would the public go through that behaviour change. So if we instructed them to say, don't put Pretresable in the green bin, put it in the red bin, a certain percentage would adhere to that instruction. It's very much the case that if you've got Pretresable material mixed in a compost, then that is a more difficult feedstock to process and to manage. So the less Pretresable that's in it, the better the odour profile will become. But it's not a technical, there's not a specific technical answer to that. It's just a fact that this waste stream on its own, as green waste, has got a much different process and odour profile than if you put food waste or Pretresable waste in amongst it.
Okay, so you can talk offline with Yanni with that if you like. And
we can do, yeah.
And
Well, I think the public are kind of the ones that need the answer, right? Because it's something that they've repeatedly raised.
Yeah, okay, but one of the things that I think is, and from the little bit that I've done down with Living Earth, having Pretresables in it makes far better compost, far better. I know that comes with the odour problem, and I think, I might be wrong, someone correct me, that the government's direction is what we were doing was actually very good. We had food waste mixed in with our green waste. The way we were doing our other recycling stuff was good. It was sort of a model that everywhere wanted. It wasn't working down at Bromley so we had to change it, but we were heading in the right direction of what the government were looking for, and green waste and food waste mixed together was part of what they were after. Am I right, or tell me if I'm wrong, please?
No, you're right. The government's strategy, as it stands at the moment, is reliant on curbside collection. It's not reliant on food waste going a separate direction. So it's focused on getting waste out of landfill, and it's relying on curbside collections to achieve that. So therefore, the efficiency is to put both of them into the one bin, and therefore you get a more efficient, and you do get a better compost, but you get a different odour profile.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
So are we going to, sorry, just
you carry on.
In terms of John Mackey's submission, which had a number of points in it, are we able to get a more detailed sort of response to that whole issue of waste incinerators, what that would do for the wastewater treatment plant, etc.? I just didn't, be quite good just to understand what we may be able to do. I guess at a higher level, very interested in what we can do locally in terms of the composting, individual action to reduce green waste going into the bin.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay.
Yeah, put that out there. And then the kind of final question, the two questions from me, two final questions. One is, I was very interested in the canary and how we're monitoring the impact. And I mean, I don't know, out of all the submissions, is there any sort of technology or measurements that we can put in place, recognising again the health submission that talked about the existing impact on local residents over time? Is there anything we can do from a health point of view to measure what's going into the environment more so than what we're currently doing now? Whether it's the use of technology, birds, I mean, whatever.
I mean, technology is used, for example, to monitor sewer gas, and the main constituent there is hydrogen sulfide. So you can get detectors that can monitor that, and they can be based on handheld equipment, or they can be deployed in the field. But I'm not aware of an odour system that would detect sort of methane and any other constituent parts that would be in the odour profile from a compost site. So there is equipment out there that is used for hydrogen sulfide monitoring, but that's not necessarily a gas that would be in that sulphur. It would come from eggs or plasterboard or that sort of thing. But that's not normally, a high proportion of what would be in the organics profile.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You got another one more, have you?
Yeah. And I mean, again, probably more for the discussion, but the idea of doing some sort of community survey about the health impact is sort of something I just want to sort of raise. But the final question was around the timing. So a number of people have said just do it as soon as possible. You've heard the stories from the submitters who are impacted, and particularly the local community board as well. So we're currently proposing to consult on the additional funding if it's required as part of the LTP. But what would stop us from doing that consultation earlier? And I'm noting that the mayor, I think, was keen not even to do any more consultation, which I would support. But if we do have to consult on that funding, is there a way that we can do that sooner so that we can put an interim solution in place sooner rather than waiting for the LTP?
I think once you've seen the content of the papers on the 6th of December, you'll be in a more informed position at that point to then work out what is the timeline then for the approval of whatever the solutions happen to be. So, I don't want to stray into the procurement side just now, but fundamentally the interim solution is two-part. There's the peak season solution, which we're working on just now, and we've made some operational changes now. And then the interim solution will be subject to your decision as to whether or not you want to vary the contract with the existing supplier for the solution that we'll describe to you, or whether you want to go down a different route to the open market. And we'll also include an option as well as to, well, how could you quit the site immediately? But that will be something that will involve, the key to quitting the site immediately is, well, where do we transfer the material? Where do we take it to from the collection routes to then consolidate it and send it to the landfill? So we'll give you that information as part of that paper.
Okay, and lastly, Tyler, please.
Kia ora. Just one question is around option 5, and going off the submissions, obviously there's a heavy city, I guess, what's the word I'm trying to use here, end of the day? Preference, thank you very much, in comparison and contrast to Bromley's views. And I would probably understand that there may be some pessimism in thinking that there is a very low risk in the offensive odours coming from the OPP through option 5. If possible, would you be able to provide an insight, not now, don't have to now, at the meeting, around the process of how that's going to happen? Is everything going to be internal, etc., etc.? I think that would probably alleviate a lot of people's thoughts, particularly in the Bromley communities, even though I do understand that they want it off. But just something to take with you, just to talk about the process and how that happens, because it was a bit ambiguous for a lot of the community around how that is done.
Yeah, we can describe what that stage 1 processing would look like. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, we can describe that in the
and how it's moved, because I had some community talk to me about, for example, the truck movements, taking it off site, and the potential of a trail of smell going through local roads, etc.
Yeah, no, we can definitely talk to that in the report. And to clarify, with option 5 for stage 1 processing, it's all completed indoors, if that was to be the option. But yeah, we can go into more detail on that. It's good to hear feedback from yourself and the community that there was some not full understanding of the proposal.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thanks.
Okay, and just one last question for me now that you've said it. When you said one of the options that'll come forward to us will be where you take it to do something with it before you take it to Cape Valley, for argument's sake. Is that what you mentioned?
No, I think what we're saying is that at the moment the options talk about Cape Valley in the sense of it being a disposal site.
Yes, but did you allude to where we would have to take it to be able to get it there? Did you mention that?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that the carside routes need to deliver the material somewhere. So at the moment they take it to the OPP, the
Yes.
small loads go in, we consolidate it, and then so a lot of the options are reliant on still using the OPP as effectively the transfer station or the stage 1 processing point. So if we were to quit the OPP, we would need to find other transfer options.
Surely we'd just take it to the 3 transfer stations.
We would, but there's a risk profile that would come with that, and we'll express that to you in the paper.
Yeah, we touched upon that in June, and we'll touch upon it again in the next report, that if we were to use one of the 3 transfer stations, given those facilities aren't enclosed, it increases our odour risk and spreads it across 3 locations rather than 1.
But if it's gone in one day, as you know, if you're doing your compost at home, it doesn't smell for a couple of weeks afterwards. If they're emptying the pit every day like they do at the moment, that shouldn't be a problem in my view. But just think about it and come back to me. That's cool. Okay, right. Karakia time.
Right, I had one, Tom.
Sorry, did you have a question, Aaron?
No.
Yeah, sorry, I'd put my hand up. I'm not sure if it's showing on your screen.
No, it didn't. Sorry.
Do we still have time?
No, I'm sorry. No, we're running right out of time. Just
Send it through to. If you send it through to Samantha, we'll make sure it's answered.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not public, so it doesn't matter.
Thank you, mate. Right, here we go. Kia whakias, te tapu, kia wahia, ara, kia tūru, ai, kia tūru, kia wakatai, oie, uie, tahi. I will now close the meeting. Thank you very much.